The record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus David Wayne Coker Jr. This is 25-01444FY. Appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Megacy, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the people.
Assistant Attorney General Marissa Luzon on behalf of.
Good morning, Your Honor. Josh Blanchard on behalf of Mr. Coker, who's also present.
Okay, today was the continuation of the preliminary examination. This was my copy of the binder. You had your own for the witness, correct? Okay, very good. Okay, and so you can continue with your witnesses unless we have preliminary matters to address.
I assume the sequestration order is still in effect.
Sequestration is continued. You can continue with your witnesses.
Thank you. I call Danielle Taylor. I'm sorry, Shannon Taylor. There's two Taylors. I apologize. And do you want me to ask permission each time I approach?
You do. I mean, you're almost there. It's not necessary.
Thank you.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? Okay, you can have a seat. There's a microphone in front of you. That microphone will not amplify your voice in the courtroom, so if you can keep your voice loud and clear it, so we can hear it all the way in the back of this courtroom, but also it can go beyond this part too. Okay, very good. Additionally, if there's an objection by either of the attorneys, you will stop speaking. I need to make a ruling on the objection, and I'll tell you if you can give that answer or not. Your responses to yes or no's must be yes or no. If you do mm-hs or head shakes or uh-huhs, we'll have to clarify that on the record, okay?
Right.
Okay, please state your first and last name and spell both.
Did you say and spell them both?
Spell them both, yes.
Shannon Taylor, SHANNON TAYLOR.
Okay, counsel, you can proceed. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an accountant.
Do you know someone by the name of David Coker?
I do.
How do you know that person?
I live in Clare, sort of just everybody, I guess. I don't know how I know him, but just have always known him. Not always, but like I just knew who he was.
Okay, so when you say that, is Clare a small town?
It is.
So everybody knows everybody. Is that what you're trying to
I
say?
mean, everybody doesn't know everybody, but it seems that way. Yeah, he had daughters in school. I was a coach at the school, so he was at sporting events. I would say that's probably how we knew each other.
All right. And is he someone you would recognize?
Yeah, I see him.
Can you tell me in which direction he is from where you're seated and what he's wearing?
To my left, off-white shirt and a black suit jacket.
Judge, I asked with respect to this witness that the record reflected identifications.
Is there any objection to identification? So noted.
Thank you. Did you consider, is Mr. Coker your friend?
We were acquaintances.
Okay. I want to direct you to the year 2022, around November, December of 2022. Did you have any involvement with a project called Complete Health Park?
Dave reached out to me about being part of it.
When you say Dave reached out to you, how did that occur?
The initial thing was a phone call about, he had a project in mind and wondered if I would be willing to talk to him about it.
Okay. Do you remember when he reached out to you?
It was actually, I do remember because we were at my husband's parents'. It was 4th of July and we were out. So it was, it was a different, I don't know. It was a random call. So I remembered it. Yeah, July 4th.
It was July 4th of 2020.
Well, I don't know if it was the 4th, but it was that holiday.
It was that holiday.
Yeah.
Of 2022.
I didn't know the years until I talked to him. I believe that's the year. You say so.
All right. So you got a phone call from Mr. Coker, and what did he say to you about? What was your understanding as to what he wanted your role to be, if any?
At that time, it was just he had something in mind that was going to help the community and wondered if I'd be willing to talk to him about it.
Okay. And did you agree?
I did.
All right. And then when was the next time you had contact with him?
I don't know. I'm assuming that we talked in the next week or two. I don't know the date.
Okay. Did you ever meet any of, did you know that Complete Health Park had a board of directors?
No.
Did you ever, so you never met any people who,
I mean, I guess like I sort of knew of the word, but I never met or knew that like that. I think they referenced them a few times.
okay, do you know anyone by the name of Len Wixon?
Who?
Len Wixon?
No,
What about Terry or Terrence Powell?
no,
Did you at any point in time ever sign a contract to work for Complete Health Park?
no,
Did you, were you ever presented with a contract?
yes,
Who presented you with a contract?
Dave.
Do you recall when that would have been?
I'm gonna. I would say maybe the first of the year or the end of 2022.
Okay, so
I know I made, sorry,
no, I cut you off.
no,
That's,
I don't know. I know I made my decision until Dave no in January, so it was sometime in that like December, January.
so you said you made your decision and told Dave no, told him no about what?
That I wasn't gonna sign the contract and move forward with the project.
And what was your reason for not moving forward with the project or reasons?
The main reason was the things in the contract that I wasn't capable of doing. They were the things I said I would be responsible for, that they weren't things that I knew how to do or could do. So,
Do you remember what some of those things were?
you know, a lot of it was just like I'd never been involved in a nonprofit. I'd never been involved. I told them I didn't know how to do balance sheets or those types of things. I mostly did payroll and my bookkeeping and income taxes at my job. So they were just things that I knew that I didn't have the qualifications or the knowledge to do, but I don't remember specifics, no.
Did you ever receive a paycheck or any money from David Coker?
No,
What about from Complete Health Park?
no.
I'm going to now approach you. Been admitted as People's 13. And it's behind tab 13 and it says People's 13. It's 1, 2, 4 pages. Sorry. Look at People's Exhibit 13. Just go through all 4 pages, please, and let me know when you're done. Have you done looking at it,
Yeah,
reviewing it, excuse me?
yes,
Okay, do you recognize that document?
no,
On the last page of that exhibit, I think, does it have at the bottom a number 022023? The bottom right-hand corner?
it does.
Is there, under financial status report certification, is there, you see where it says authorized signature,
It does, it has my name,
Shannon Taylor?
yes.
Does it have a date?
12/19/2022,
And does it have your title?
financial officer.
What about the phone number?
That's my phone number.
That's your phone number, okay. Did you know that your name was on this document?
I knew that the document, I had to help sign, like they needed someone to sign the document. There wasn't anyone officially in that role yet. And I believe that it was, I guess that it was a projection of like what things were going to be.
When you say they needed someone to sign the document, who is they?
Dave,
And why do you say Dave?
well, that's who was telling me that the numbers had to be turned in for what the projection was gonna be.
Okay, so this is what I want to back up then a little bit.
Okay.
This document, you said you don't recognize it. Did you ever have a discussion with Dave about this document?
discussion. I mean, like I knew that, I don't define discussion. Right?
Okay. No, that's fine. You started talking about they needed, and then you clarified that it was Dave needed someone to sign. Tell me about this conversation where needing something to sign is taking place with Mr.
Okay.
Coker.
Absolutely. It was my understanding like that this was like like turning in numbers for the projection about what the costs were gonna be, so things could move forward with the grant being approved.
And where did you get this information from?
Dave,
Did you create any of the information in this document?
no,
Did you create any of the numbers in this document?
no,
Did you input any information into this document?
no, I just signed it.
When you say you signed,
I believe it was a digital, like I had to log in. I don't really remember, but
and did you have conversations or with Mr. Coker about why you, as opposed to him, needed to sign?
well, the way I understood it was like the different like roles, whatever, like that it couldn't be one person, but so it had to be I guess I just took it at face value that he couldn't be the one to sign it, that someone that that might be in that role eventually would need to sign it.
Okay. Do
Like
you,
it was like a placeholder, if you will. That's kind of what I took it as. Like I was a placeholder until I either signed the contract or they found someone, but it wasn't my role. I know that's not what it looks like on paper.
okay. And do you know who prepared this document?
I don't.
And so how did you said you had to log in. Tell me about that process.
I don't really remember. I think that I was given a link like to create a username, I believe. And then that's like I logged in that way. I honestly don't remember, but I assume that that's what happened.
Okay, when you logged in and electronically or digitally signed, as you said, were you by yourself or with anyone else?
No, I was with Dave
You were with Dave where?
at his house.
Okay, and were you using your computer, his computer?
I'm pretty sure it would have been his computer. I don't know for sure.
And so did he direct you where to sign or did you just, that's my question.
Yeah, I think that I think so. Like it was like I don't recall, but I think that's what would have happened.
Do you know if you electronically signed any other documents other than this one?
Don't think so.
Do you know if you set up your own login or if someone did that for you?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if anyone else had access to your login information?
I don't know that either.
I have one moment. Nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Right.
So you work as an accountant now?
I do.
You have training to be an accountant?
I do.
What is that?
I mean, I have a piece of paper that says I'm an accountant. I've worked there 30 years.
Who gave you the piece of paper?
Northwood University.
They gave me one that says I'm an accountant too. How about
Yeah. Nice.
that? So you have a bachelor's of business administration and accounting from Northwood?
Yes, right.
And that program has what, 120 quarter hours of accounting, right?
I don't know.
It would qualify you to take the CPA exam if you wanted to, right?
Never looked into that.
Okay.
Okay.
You, after you graduated, when was that?
I don't know. It took me a long time. I would be guessing 20. I don't remember if it was before COVID or after. I don't remember.
Okay.
It wasn't really that.
How long have you worked as an accountant?
29 years.
Okay. So you worked before you had the bachelor's degree in accounting
Yes.
and after.
Yes.
So you understand how to review financial information?
I never did any of that type of stuff where I work. I did payroll. I do some income taxes and I do just basic bookwork.
Okay. And you were trained in your accounting courses on how to prepare financial statements, right?
It wasn't what I did, but I did receive training.
Okay. And on auditing as well, right?
There was some training in that.
Okay. Now, I think you said that Mr. Coker reached out to you on the July 4th weekend of 2022. Is that right?
That's when I believe it was, yes.
And prior to that, you knew Mr. Coker as a person that like existed in Clare,
I don't know, but yes, sure.
but not anyone you had a relationship with.
No,
He wasn't a friend.
no,
He wasn't someone you hung out with.
no,
He wasn't someone you owed anything to.
no,
And he didn't have any like pressure or leverage over you, correct?
no.
Now, I think if I understand the timeline correctly, he reaches out to you in July of 2022 and says, hey, there's this nonprofit thing coming together. I wonder if you would help out. Is that right?
That's, yes.
Okay.
Simplified, yes.
And then between July, well, you initially agreed to help, right?
Oh. I don't know. I mean, we were still we had a lot of conversations. I really don't know, like it was so big and in so many, like, it wasn't really happening, so I didn't really feel like I had to make a decision, we were still deciding, there wasn't a like, this is happening, we have the money, this is moving forward type thing.
Because between July and December, the money hadn't been funded yet, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so there was a lot of talk, but it hadn't become concrete.
Right. It wasn't really real yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you were open to helping, but there wasn't quite something to help with yet. Is that fair?
I was still open to listening and learning, and but I had not said, yes, I'll hear more. Yes, I'm interested. I thought the project was amazing, and the amount of people that it could help was amazing. And I was definitely interested in that.
And you had a lot of meetings with Dave and others about it, correct?
I didn't say a lot, but we had some meetings.
Okay. You had a complete Health Park email address, right?
I think that was set up. Yep.
And you were able to check it?
I never did.
Well, that's how you created the account you logged in with, right?
Okay. I don't know. I don't remember how I created the account.
Okay. So from July to December, there's a lot of talk about like logistics and labor, fair?
A lot of talk about what could be. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
And then, in December, the grant is awarded.
I didn't really understand what that meant, but I believe that I still believe that like you had to submit and like to get approved, but that it was moving forward, I
Okay.
guess.
And then you're presented with an employment contract sometime in January, correct?
It was December, January. I honestly don't know the time.
Sometime in January, you inform Mr. Coker, no, I don't think this is a good fit for me.
Correct.
And the reason for that was you didn't feel you had the right skill set to do the job.
Well, if you want me to be complete, yes, the answer is yes. But like the complete answer to that is, I have a spiritual mother that I've been praying with, and we went over the contract, and I was struggling with not being able to meet what was in the contract and signing my name on a piece of paper that said I was going to do things that I wasn't qualified to do. And so after a lot of prayer, I felt like the Lord told me that this is not for you. And that's when I reached out to Dave, and he asked me why, and that's what I told him.
And he accepted that answer from you.
Yes.
He didn't try and pressure you into continuing forward.
No.
He didn't threaten you.
No.
Okay. He didn't try and bribe you.
No.
Now, you were shown Exhibit 13, that financial status report. I think, is it your testimony you don't recognize the document, or you do recognize the document?
I don't, I mean, I didn't, the the document, the digital document that I signed, I didn't like look through all the numbers and enter the numbers. I did sign it, but
You said you remember signing a document that you thought had budget information, correct?
like a projection is what I believe. It's like proof of like what you would need to move forward with the money.
Is it possible that the thing you remember is a different document?
I don't think I signed another document, but
Okay, is it possible that you remember thinking of a different document?
it is, I guess, possible.
Okay, now this document does include budget information, correct?
I'll be honest with you, like, this is not anything that I do. Like, I don't know, like, it's, to me, it's what it's saying it's gonna take, and I don't know why there's an agreement there. Yes, there's a budget column. Yeah,
And then there's a balance and a percent expended column, right?
yes,
And then over to the left of that, there's a column showing what has been expended so far, correct?
are you talking current period? I don't know. Like, I do not work with these documents at all.
Take you to the 4th page of that document. Now you signed this, correct? What does it say above your signature? Could you read that for the court?
Above my signature?
Yeah,
I certify that I'm authorized to submit on behalf of this organization, and that this is an accurate statement of expenditures and collections for the report period. Appropriate documentation is available and will be maintained for the required period to support costs and receipts reported. By submitting the FSR, the individual certifying to the best of their knowledge and belief that the report is true, complete, and accurate, and the expenditures, disbursements, and cash receipts are for the purposes and objectives set forth in the terms and conditions of this agreement. The individual submitting the FSR should be aware that false, fictitious, or fraudulent information or the omission of any material facts may be subject them to criminal, civil, or administrative penalties for fraud, false statements, false claims, or otherwise.
when you signed the document, you knew you were agreeing to that statement, right?
I did not read that statement.
You didn't read it at all?
No, I trusted that what I was signing was what I needed to do.
So you're saying it didn't show you that in egrams when you signed
I'm
this?
sure I didn't read it.
During the time that you were, is helping out a good description for what you were doing?
I didn't really do anything.
Well, you signed the financial status report.
I understand that. Like, it's in real life versus what it looks like on paper, it's different. Like, I didn't prepare the document. I definitely, the project was way bigger than anything I'd ever been involved with, that I even completely understood. My heart was, it was gonna help an abundance of people, and that's what drew me in.
And so the things you did related to Complete Health Park, you had an email address, correct?
Correct,
You created an account in egrams, right?
right,
You logged into that account, correct?
correct.
You signed the financial status report.
That's what this is. Yes, yes,
Okay. You had meetings.
yes.
During that time, you never had any suspicion that anything inappropriate or wrong was occurring, correct?
I know, I mean, it was so big. I had no idea. I believed in the project.
You believed it was a good project.
I thought it was amazing the amount of people it was gonna help. Yes.
And that project never got off the ground, did it?
No,
Because the government issued a stop work order, right?
I honestly have not been following. I don't know.
Now, there was a time that there's another Taylor that was involved with the project, correct? A Danielle Taylor?
I think that Dave had some conversations with her too.
Well, and he talked to you about what appropriate compensation for the other Miss Taylor would be, correct?
I don't remember. I mean, that's possible. We talked about a lot of things with compensation, but I wouldn't be qualified to really know.
Okay, but he asked for your input on what fair pay would be.
I don't remember that particular conversation.
Okay. I want to be clear about this financial status report. Mr. Coker didn't forge your signature on that, correct?
Did not.
He didn't use your login information, correct?
I believe I logged in.
He didn't have, you never gave your login information to him, correct? And I think your testimony is, he told you that that needed to be signed by an independent person, correct?
I don't remember the wording. I just knew that he couldn't, but someone from a different role or person. I considered myself like a placeholder until that role was actually filled.
Okay, a placeholder who was filling the place in that role until somebody permanent, correct?
I understand what you're saying.
I'm trying to figure out if that's correct. Placeholder meant somebody who was filling that place until a permanent
Well, I
person was
hadn't said yes, knowing that that role had not really been officially filled. But in order to move forward, to do anything, that someone needed to turn these numbers in.
Okay. And you agreed to be that person?
I did.
Okay. And you believed you were acting appropriately when you did that?
I trusted that they put in the information correctly, yes.
And you're not sitting here today saying any of that information was incorrect, are
I'm
you?
not, I don't
Okay.
know.
Now, Mr. Coker explained to you that the rules required a person in your role to do the financial status report, not him, correct?
I don't think we had a conversation about Dave explaining to me the rules. I mean, I honestly was far too trusting and didn't ask a lot of questions.
When you say far too trusting, what do you mean?
I didn't ask, I didn't really understand what I was taking on and what I was agreeing to by signing the form.
It
Because I
seems,
wasn't, in my mind, I hadn't said yes, I wasn't, and I understand that looks different. You know, like now it seems clear, but I didn't, I just trusted that this was how these things worked in order to move forward for the project to even be real or possible. Then figures had to be turned in saying what they were going to be.
what makes you think that's not true
I'm
today?
not saying it's not true.
Okay,
I'm just saying I didn't dive into how I would actually do a tax return or how I would prepare your payroll. I didn't ask a lot of questions because I didn't know the questions to ask because this is way out of my league.
are you aware that after you declined to be the financial person, a Jake Leiter was hired to replace you?
I know someone was hired.
What you saw from Mr. Coker and having you sign this showed you that he was trying to follow the rules, correct?
I assumed he was going through the process the way you're supposed to.
You never saw anything that caused you to doubt that he was trying to follow the rules appropriately,
No.
correct?
No.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Can you read it? Yes, please. I'm going to follow up a couple of questions. When counsel asked you about your statement that you were far too trusting, you were far too trusting of whom or what?
Just how the process works and the way that Dave was leading the project. Like, I did not know, so that's who I believe knew.
Did you talk to anyone else besides Dave Coker about the project?
My husband.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody else who held him or herself out as being associated with the project other than Dave Coker?
I don't understand the question.
Did you speak with anyone besides Dave Coker who represented himself as being employed by Complete Health Park?
I'm sorry, I still don't understand.
Okay,
the
that's
question.
fine. So when you had discussions about this financial status report, this document that we've been asking questions about, did you talk to anyone about that, about those numbers or figures or anything other than Dave Coker?
No,
Okay. Did you talk to any other employee from Complete Health Park? at all during the time you were involved?
I didn't know there were any employees.
Okay. Did you, there were questions about your experience or training in auditing and financial statements. Do you recall that line of questioning?
From,
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
sorry, from
yes,
from
yes.
defense counsel, yes. When you said, yes, I had training, what does that training mean?
well, I mean, I have a degree, but like if I'm being completely honest, like I had a lot of experience and went to Northwood to get my degree. And honestly, I was kind of frustrated because I didn't feel like I learned anything that I hadn't, but I wasn't doing financial statements and budgets and that, for what I was actually doing in my role at my job, I didn't feel like I gained any expertise or knowledge from the piece of paper.
Okay, what I want to ask you is when you were having conversations with David Coker about you getting involved,
Yes.
what did he say your role would be, if any?
Well, he talked about the role of this, and I explained that I didn't have that knowledge, I didn't have that experience, and he said, we'll have people that will help you, get trained, we'll help you get that knowledge. We'll find people to, or I don't remember the exact wording, but basically that we would get that knowledge and training for me if that's what I was gonna do.
Okay, so,
If I didn't have it.
and you were clear to him about that
Yes.
on one occasion or more than one occasion?
I think I was very, it came up a lot that I didn't know what I was doing.
Okay.
I was willing to learn, but I had no idea what I was.
Why is it that you went to the defendant's home to digitally sign? Who arranged that?
Dave?
Do you remember going to his home on any other occasions to digitally sign anything?
No.
As you are sitting here today testifying, do you have any recollection of digitally signing any other document other than the one you testified to that you thought?
This one? No,
Right.
No, I don't.
Nothing further, thank you.
Minutes witness be excused. Thank you.
Thank you. I would call Sean Ellis.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat. If you can state your first and your last name and then spell both of them for me.
And then Sean Ellis, it's Hawnellis.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis, good morning.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am currently a manager for the state of Michigan, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Inspector General.
The acronym for Office of Inspector General, OIG.
Yes.
How long have you been employed in that role or with that job? I'm sorry.
I've been with the OIG since 2018.
I want to direct your attention specifically to the year 2022. Were you working for the state of Michigan Office of Inspector General in 2022?
I was.
Okay. And did you have any involvement in the investigation concerning Complete Health Park and or David Coker?
I did.
And when did your involvement begin?
It would have been approximately April 2023.
And how is it that you came to be involved?
I was contacted by, at that time, my manager, Craig Carlton.
And did you and Mr. Carlton investigate this case together?
Yes,
All right. And what was your understanding as to what you were investigating?
we were investigating whether there's any anything illegal or crimes involving Complete Health Park that was associated with the Department of Health and Human Services.
During your investigation, did you have occasion to speak to David Coker?
Yes,
And when you spoke with David Coker, was that in person, over the phone, something different?
in person.
When you spoke to David Coker, was anyone else present?
Yes,
Who was present?
myself and Mr. Blanchard.
Okay. And do you recall when you spoke to Mr. Coker in person?
May of 23.
I have
Yes, I know it. I know. We have it with respect to the one.
I have it with respect to 6 witnesses.
I understand that.
No,
Okay. We have, do you see Mr. Coker here today?
I do.
Can you point to him, tell the court what he's wearing?
He's seated to my left wearing a black suit jacket.
Judge, I recognize that the defendant's already been identified for purposes of the exam through other witnesses, but I do want the record to reflect that this group has been identified.
So noted.
Thank you. What was your purpose in speaking to Mr. Coker?
For his, we want to speak with him, references involvement with the current or Complete Health Park.
And do you recall how long I'm going to characterize it. Would you characterize it as an interview?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall how long it was?
Over an hour, I don't recall specifically.
Okay.
exact time.
And who was primarily, you or Mr. Carlton, asking the questions?
Mr. Carlton,
Okay. Was he lead investigator, so to speak?
yes,
All right, but you were present for the entirety of the interview?
yes,
Okay. And did Mr. Coker make any statements about his knowledge of the Complete Health Park project specifically, when he first had knowledge of that project?
yes.
What did he say?
First had knowledge of it around the time that the bill was signed by the governor of the state of Michigan around July of 2022. Like 20.
And did he speak to what, during this interview, was there any discussion of a feasibility study?
Yes,
Okay, did he indicate who, if anyone, was involved in the feasibility study?
yes.
Who was that?
It was himself along with Anthony Damasi.
Did he give you any additional information about Anthony Damasi?
Yes.
What did he tell you about Mr. Damasi?
He told us that he's known Damasi for several years. They grew up in the same area, same neighborhood. He was aware that Mr. Damasi was a convicted felon, but believed that everybody deserved a second chance. And he wasn't for, and then he talked about Damasi could not represent them or anybody in court if needed, but he was able to do transactional work.
Did he say how Mr. Damasi became involved in Complete Health Park?
If he did, I don't recall.
Did he make any statements about whether Mr. Damasi had served any, had ever been incarcerated?
He knew he was incarcerated in the past.
He acknowledged that?
Mr. Coker knew that Damasi was incarcerated in the past.
Did he talk to you or discuss what type of crimes he was incarcerated for?
It was discussed. I don't remember what It was financial crimes, but I don't remember the specific crime.
Was there any discussion during this interview by Mr. Coker about Complete Health Park and a board of directors?
Yes,
Okay, what did Mr. Coker say about the Complete Health Park board of directors?
said that they made the final calls on everything.
And final calls on everything, meaning what? Final calls on what?
Any decisions that were to be made, reference the health part.
Did he talk to you about who composed or who made up this board?
Yes,
Did he say who selected the board?
he did.
Did he say why or how he selected the board members?
It was just people that he knew from the past.
Did he make any statement that he was looking for people to serve on the board who could do things correctly?
I don't recall.
During your interview, was there any discussion with Mr. Coker about a state advisory company?
Yes,
Tell me what that discussion was.
the topic was brought up, reference the LLCs that he was associated with, and state advising was discussed, and it stated that it was turned over to his daughter. He had no use for it.
Did he say what role or what job specifically state advising did with respect to Complete Health Park? Or was going to do?
I don't recall.
Did he talk to you about or mention anything about how Complete Health Park received funds?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That they received the grant funds from the state of Michigan, how they were actually distributed? Is that the question?
So when you say they, who's they?
I guess the question was,
Okay.
were you asking how state of Michigan paid?
Yes.
Through electronic means, through the bank account.
Did he indicate state of Michigan paid whom? One company, more than one company?
Complete Health Park,
Complete Health Park. Did he indicate, was that through one account or more than one account?
I believe it's through one account.
One account, okay. And did he say what happened to the money once it was in Complete Health Park account?
Yes,
What did he say?
that Jacob Liger would handle all the financial.
Did you talk to Mr. Coker about the company IW Consulting?
Yes,
Did you ask him who was employed by that company?
yes,
What, not you specifically, you or Mr. Carlton, I apologize.
it was asked.
It was asked. And did he, what was his response?
He stated that he was employed as the project manager. I didn't consult.
Did he mention or indicate whether anyone else was employed by IW Consulting?
I don't recall.
Was there any discussion during this interview about December invoices that had been submitted to the state of Michigan?
Yes,
Okay. What was that discussion about two separate invoices that had been submitted to the state?
yes.
Okay, and what did Mr. Coker, did he give you any information as to how those invoices were submitted?
I don't understand the question.
Did, in terms of the invoices, did he tell you whether approval needed to be had?
Yes,
Okay, what did he tell you about approval and invoices?
that the board had to approve all the invoices, board of directors for.
And did he make any statement as to whether he knew the board had approved December invoices?
I don't recall it. After fresh on memory, if there's some documents or something, I don't recall.
In the same conversation about the board having to approve invoices, did Mr. Coker say whether he had any role in ever approving any invoices?
During the interview,
Yes.
I don't believe he said, yeah, dealings with the invoices.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
So Mr. Carlton, was he the guy with the gold jewelry?
Yes,
Okay. So you and Mr. Carlton come up to Claire to meet with Mr. Coker, correct?
correct.
We sat down with you,
Yes,
answered all your questions.
he did.
Got heated at one moment, right? Had to take a break,
He did, yes,
but we continued asking more or answering more questions afterwards
correct.
until you had all your questions answered, correct?
Yes,
You didn't refuse to answer any questions you asked.
no,
Mr. Coker was cooperative with you.
Yes.
Mr. Coker was friendly with you.
yes,
You testified here today that you were investigating crimes, criminal acts, correct?
I did say that, but I don't know the exact wording, proper wording to use, but to see if the see if there was any improprieties along with the grant.
You testified that you were investigating crimes, right?
Yes,
Is that true or not?
to see if there was any involvement in the crime, yes.
You told us you were not conducting a criminal investigation, correct? When we met with you, you told us it wasn't a criminal investigation, right?
Yes,
So you lied to us.
no, I don't, no,
So
I,
you weren't investigating crimes?
I might have said the wrong thing here today.
Okay, so what's the right thing to say today?
I'm not, the right thing is the truth.
Okay, and what is that?
And like I said, I might have misspoke myself when I said crime. We were, I don't know the exact terminology that should be used, but it was reference the grant, see if there's any improprieties along with the funding of the grant.
Were you trying to figure out if there were criminal improprieties?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
So you did lie to me when you said you weren't conducting a criminal investigation.
I didn't lie to you, I didn't say it.
And your partner lied to you.
I don't know if I would construe that as a lie.
You don't know if saying you're not conducting a criminal investigation would be a lie when you are conducting a criminal investigation?
That was one of the prongs of the investigation. It was more to see if there was any involvement. We were investigating to see if there's any involvement with the Department of Health and Human Services. When we determined that it wasn't, we turned it over to the Attorney General's office.
So one of the prongs of your investigation that day was a criminal investigation, correct?
I mean, I would say yes.
Okay. So you didn't tell me that one of the prongs was a criminal investigation, right?
Ask and answer, Judge.
I mean, it's, I'm sorry.
You want to address the objection?
It's just constantly shifting response here. I'm trying to pin down whether he misrepresented the purpose of the investigation.
Well, I think he's already answered that. We can move on.
So you were investigating a wide range of allegations when you came that day, correct?
Yes,
You had a belief that lawmakers had illegally funneled this to Mr. Coker, right?
I didn't have that belief. I don't know if that happened or not.
Well, you asked questions about it that day, right?
They were asked, yes.
You found out that that's not true, correct?
I don't know if that's true or not.
You found no evidence to support the conclusion that this contract was somehow illegally funneled to Mr. Coker, correct?
The investigation at the time we turned over to the Attorney's office was not complete, so I don't know what they determined and found.
Great. I didn't ask what they determined and found. I asked what you determined and found. You found no evidence of that, correct?
At the point we turned it over, no.
Okay. You asked questions about missing land, correct?
You said missing land?
Yes.
Missing land?
Yeah, you asked questions about an extra 40-acre parcel of land. Do you remember that?
That was asked, yes, I do.
You had some belief that there was like a secret extra 40 that Mr. Coker had secreted somehow. Do you remember asking those questions?
I don't.
You don't remember asking.
I didn't ask it.
Do you remember Mr. Carlton asking those
I don't.
questions?
If you could refresh my memory off a transcript or something, I'm more happy to.
You never found any evidence that there was land that was secreted by Mr. Coker, correct?
I don't believe so.
You had concerns about the value that was paid for the land. You remember that?
Yes,
You found that the value that was paid for the land was market value.
I don't recall.
You discussed the feasibility study. You remember that?
Yes,
And he explained to you that that was a joint endeavor,
yes,
that he worked on the feasibility study,
yes,
and discussed one of the invoices was for the feasibility study, correct?
yes.
That's the, do you have the exhibit binder? Can the witness have the witness exhibit binder? Whichever one is.
Is that not the right?
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is yours. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is it that one on the corner there?
Jeff, did you give it back to me? All right.
That's not it.
There it is. Yes.
Would you mind passing to the witness? Thank you. If you would turn to tab 14. That's the invoice for the feasibility study, correct?
Can you direct me to the specific? I just don't see it. I'm not disagreeing with you.
You questioned us when we met with you in May of 23 about that invoice for $182,200, correct?
That was asked, yes.
And you learned that that invoice was for the feasibility study, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you are aware as an Inspector General agent that the grant language authorized payment of a feasibility study, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, the government's lawyer asked you about Anthony DeMasi. You remember that?
Yes,
And about Mr. DeMasi's background, correct?
yes,
Now, Mr. Coker told you that he knew he had been in criminal trouble
yes,
and that he believed he had paid his debt to society
yes,
and had earned a second chance, correct?
correct.
He also explained to you that he didn't know the full scope of his criminal background until the news coverage broke, correct?
Correct.
So nonprofit organizations in Michigan have to have boards of directors.
Yes,
Somebody has to select the first slate of directors, correct?
somebody has to, yes,
Right, I mean, they can't just like organically spring forth from the earth, right?
right.
And there's nothing illegal or improper about Mr. Coker selecting independent directors, correct?
Correct.
You found no evidence that state advising was ever paid any money, correct?
Correct.
You did find evidence that real land was purchased in Clare to develop Complete Health Park, correct?
Correct.
At an appropriate site for the project, correct?
Yes.
It-
Yes.
It looked appropriate to you when you drove out there, right?
Yes,
And that it was purchased at market value, correct?
I believe so.
From a disinterested party, correct?
Correct.
You found that there were plans to construct Complete Health Park, correct?
Yes,
There were drawings.
yes.
We showed them to you that day, correct?
I don't recall, but you probably did. I
You-
don't remember.
You've seen them.
Yes, yes,
You found that a construction firm was hired to build the project, correct?
yes,
And they were paid something on the order of $5 million, correct?
Close, yes,
That was FED was the company?
yes,
That is a legitimate construction operation, correct?
yeah,
They do projects of this scale.
yes,
They were competent to do the project.
I believe so, yes.
And you learned that they were about to start moving earth, start doing excavation work the Monday after the stop work order issued.
I know they were about, yes, I know they were about to start moving dirt. Next time, I don't remember, yes,
The project was about to launch when the stop work order issued, correct?
I believe so.
You found nothing inappropriate about the relationship between Complete Health Park or IW Consulting or Mr. Coker and FED, correct?
No.
That was all
Yes,
of,
I'm sorry, yes. And there was nothing wrong with their relationship.
that was all above board.
I believe so, yes.
If the stop work order hadn't issued, this project would have started construction.
I believe so, I don't know.
You have no reason to doubt that.
No reason about that.
So let's talk about the timeline a little bit. The stop work order issued in May, is that right?
Yes,
And the contract was signed the end of December, is that right?
between the state of Michigan and,
Complete Health Park?
yes, in December 22,
And the bill was signed in July of 22, correct?
yes,
And so this project went from legislative idea to dirt work in less than a year, correct?
whose legislative idea?
The people that occupy the building next door that voted on the law that the governor signed to fund this,
Those,
Well, I guess my objection would be in terms of how do we know specifically when this legislative idea came
Sure.
to fruition?
I'll rephrase. This went from a law being passed in July, right?
yes,
And it's not effective until the legislature passes the law, right?
correct,
And the governor signs it, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it went from being effective in July, yes,
yes,
to they were about to start excavation work in May, correct?
yes,
That was a 10-month span, right?
yes,
And it's only, what, a 5-month span from when the contract was signed.
yes,
They were moving at a rapid pace to bring this to reality, correct?
Objection in terms of who's they, number one. Secondly, relevance.
But they're saying this is
Who's
fraudulent,
they?
Complete Health Park.
Okay.
It was, I thought implied, but
Okay.
it's certainly
good,
clear.
good. Well, it makes it clear. Okay, objections overruled.
Thank you. Complete Health Park went, they were moving at a rapid pace, correct?
I mean, I guess so, I mean, it's opinionated, I don't know what a fast pace is as far as construction goes, I'm not in that game, I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever investigated a construction project before?
No.
Okay. You don't find any problems with the pace they were moving at, right?
Based on my limited experience, no,
It seemed like it was moving forward legitimately, correct?
seem to be,
Now, in a grant like this, someone has to manage the project, correct?
yes,
I mean, projects don't manage themselves.
No.
In your experience, do people that manage projects do it for free or do they get paid?
See, and this is where I'm gonna object. He's an investigator and his experience is what as project, he's asking questions about project management, construction. I don't know that his role as an investigator allows him to give
Till
up time
fine.
on
Maybe you
this.
can ask first if he can do that, and then we'll see if we can proceed with that question.
Yeah, let me back up. You have investigated other grants, correct?
no,
You've never investigated a grant award for DHHS before?
no,
This is the first time?
yes,
At Mr. Carlton?
I don't know,
So you just don't know how grants are awarded or operate?
prior to this, no. That's why I was assisting, it was not my investigation,
Why isn't Mr. Carlton here today?
I don't know,
Does he still work for the department?
he retired,
When?
what, year ago?
Did you learn in the process of your investigation whether it's normal for grants, for construction grants to have a project manager?
Kind of common sense that there would be a project manager.
Fair, I agree. And is it normal? Did you learn in your investigation for project managers to be compensated for their efforts?
Guess that'd be fair.
Okay. You learned in the course of your investigation that Mr. Coker was managing the project for Complete Health Park, correct?
Yes,
And that he was being compensated for that, correct?
yes,
That he was being compensated a fee of 7.5%, correct? Or 7%, correct?
I believe so.
Now, your colleague from the department, Mr. Harden, testified that that was a fair fee for managing a project like this. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I'm going to object. I don't believe that was Mr. Harden's testimony. I believe. So if I could finish my objection. I believe Mr. Leiter testified to that, but I don't believe Mr. Harden.
Mr. Harden, I looked at. I don't have the transcript, but that's my recollection.
I can't tell you off the top of my head whether or not it was Mr. Leiter or Mr. Harden. I can
If
Take
it was
your
testified
objection
to it. but
under
I-
advisement, but it could be either, we can pose the question whether it was Harden or Leiter, I guess.
Do you have any reason to doubt that 7% is a reasonable fee to manage a project of this size?
Again, my objection is I don't know that he has the qualifications or experience to testify to that.
I would agree, just based off the fact that he did testify, that this was his first, but that doesn't mean he hasn't since then gotten some experience, so we can opine or ask him if he's in the position to opine on that first, maybe. I don't know the depth of his experience at this point.
They have one more. So let's shift to the.
Are you drawing that question?
Yeah,
The question is stricken.
thank you. Sorry. So the legislative language also authorized payment of up to $250,000 for feasibility study, correct?
Yes,
So the legislature said DHHS, you can pay out $250,000 for a feasibility study, correct?
correct.
And that's not what was billed to the state, correct?
Correct, that's not what was billed.
It was $182,200 was billed, correct?
Yes.
If they had wanted to, they could have billed up to $250,000, correct?
I would assume so. They don't allow it.
That's what it's showing.
Any reader.
Yes, I do. Some questions. Council asked you, and I want, you have the binder in front of you. I want to go to exhibit number 14. Do you know who created that invoice?
I do,
How do you know who created that invoice?
just by there's initials at the bottom of it.
Okay, did you, the initials at the bottom of it, did you discuss those initials with anyone?
Yes,
With whom?
Mr. Coker.
Okay, so what did Mr. Coker say specifically about this invoice?
That it was a invoice that he created as the project manager and submitted for payment.
Did he say to whom he submitted this invoice?
I don't recall.
Okay, this is, you testified previously that Mr. Coker told you the board approved the invoices, correct?
Yes.
Did he indicate whether this invoice was submitted to the board for approval?
During the interview, I do not recall whether he said that or not.
Okay, were there notes from this interview? Or I'm sorry, a report?
There was, yes.
Would looking at that report refresh your recollection?
Yes, it was.
Judge, if I may approach,
She may.
Which document is it?
this is the OIG report.
What's the record number at the top?
Just,
Is it the 60 page?
yeah,
Yeah.
68 page.
Okay, thank you.
Look at this report, just review it and let me know when you're done, please.
Is there a specific page or?
Well, it's really not proper for me to direct you at anywhere in particular at this point.
Right.
Does that refresh your recollection about the invoices?
Yes.
Okay, what did Mr. Coker say, if anything, about the invoices, the December invoices in the board?
That after they were approved by the board.
So he said specifically, looking at that exhibit number 14, that was one of the invoices discussed with him
Yes,
and shown to him,
yes,
and he indicated the board approved it.
yes,
Okay, flipping to exhibit 15, the next one. Was that invoice discussed with Mr. Coker also?
yes,
And did he make any statements about who created that invoice?
yes,
Who created it?
he did,
Did he indicate whether the board had approved this invoice?
he did.
What did he say?
So that the board did indeed approve the invoice.
In terms of the invoice, I want to go back to number 14. Did you go line by line, you or Mr. Carlton go line by line through exhibit 14 in terms of what was listed and billed?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know, in terms of council saying to you, was it your understanding that this was for the feasibility study? Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes,
And your answer was yes, is that correct?
yes,
Is that based upon what Mr. Coker told you during the interview, correct?
yes,
Okay, but again, he's the one who created this invoice, correct? And
yes.
the date of this invoice, what's it dated?
December 5th, 2023.
Okay, I then want you to go to exhibit number 13. Does it state financial status report on the first page?
It does.
Okay, and what does it say in the third row down under report period?
There's a report period.
Okay, I'm sorry, do you see, under financial status report, it says complete health card, correct?
Yes,
Then in the first box left, it says customer number, correct?
yes,
And then you go to the second row, it says local agency name, correct?
yes,
And then it says street address in the next row, correct?
yes,
If you move over a column, it says report period, correct?
yes, I'm there.
What's the report period on that FSR?
12/1 of 2022 through 12/31/2022.
Did Mr. Coker make any statements to you about when he started working on the feasibility study?
He did.
What did he say?
he talked about working on the study for several months. The exact time frame, I don't recall.
He also indicated that Mr. Damasi participated in the feasibility study, correct?
Correct.
Did he make any statements as to whether Mr. Damasi was paid from this, from either of these two invoices for the feasibility study?
I'm not for sure if he indicated what he was paid.
Okay, would,
Refresh my memory. Yeah, the report would refresh them.
Yeah.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Oh, after reviewing that, you said it refreshed your memory. Did he indicate whether Mr. Demonsi had been paid for for the feasibility study, excuse me?
That was not talked about in the report.
Okay. Was the grant agreement itself discussed with Mr. Coker?
Yes,
Was any conflict of interest, that term, that phrase, was that discussed with him?
I believe it was.
In what context?
Don't understand that question, I guess.
Okay, so what was the context in conflict of interest with respect to the grant agreement? What was Mr. Coker questioned about specifically?
Being a project manager for IW Consulting and the director for complete health part.
So when you say he was asked about those two things, meaning the question was posed, was there a conflict of interest? What do you mean by that?
That was a question that can you answer it? It's like question you, please.
Yeah, okay, what was he questioned about specifically concerning a conflict of interest, if anything?
Specifically, I don't recall.
Okay, but you recall it being discussed.
Yes,
Did Mr. Coker have any position on whether a conflict of interest existed?
yes.
What did he state?
He did not sure it was.
Did he indicate why?
I don't recall.
Okay. Were any discussions had about whether he informed people of his role with IW Consulting?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why was the case referred to the Attorney General's office?
Objection relevance.
Well, there were questions about this being a criminal investigation and what his role was. So I believe it's important in terms of follow-up why the case was referred to our
I
office.
think you did ask and mention it being referred to the Attorney General's office, so the objections overruled.
Why was it referred to the Attorney General's office?
Because the OIG investigates fraud, waste, and abuse within the different programs. And it was determined if there was outside of our scope of investigative. So it was referred to the Attorney General's office.
Did Mr. Coker make any statements during this interview about what control, if any, he had over Complete Health Park, its board specifically?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall him ever, in line with that, then, do you recall him saying, in my mind,
Objection leading.
did he ever make, I can ask this question. Did he ever make any statements about whether he controlled the board itself?
I don't recall.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? I'm sorry, Judge, I need one more moment. This one? language. I just need this to pull up. I'm sorry. So, Mr. Ellis, the report that you've been using to refresh your recollection, is it also your understanding that notes were taken and typed up regarding this interview by Mr. Carlton, not
Yeah.
Charlton, Carlton?
Yes,
Okay. And those were submitted to the office, correct?
yes,
All right. And so what I'm asking you and Mr. Blanchard for your review, the bait stamp on this. 023545, starting and ending 023548. What I'm going to ask you, if I may, do you think reviewing these notes may refresh your recollection as to whether there were any statements Mr. Coker made about his control over the board?
Yes, Jack, Your Honor, this is beyond the scope of my cross. We're like trotting new ground. If we're going to do this, I think I should at least get another round. And
Is that what you're asking for? or-
I know, I think it's beyond the scope and we should end it, but I mean, she's just trotting new ground. It's not redirect.
He asked about the invoices. Yeah, and it was discussed whether the board was approved these invoices. So I'm following up in terms of Mr. Coker's interaction with the board regarding these invoices. I believe it's appropriate.
She's the one that asked about the invoices being approved, not me.
The invoices were discussed on cross-examination.
On direct exam, you talked about the approval process. On cross, I asked about what they were for.
Yes, about what the invoices were for.
Correct, for the feasibility study, and that the legislature had appropriated $250,000 for the feasibility study. That was my input about these, not whether board members had reviewed them.
Your question right now is about what?
Whether if reviewing this document would refresh his recollection as to whether Mr. Coker made any statements concerning his control over the board.
The objections overruled. See.
Would that refresh your recollection possibly?
it would.
You're done reviewing?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did Mr. Coker make any statements about whether he had any type of control over the board?
I do not see them.
Okay. Judge, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Anything additional?
Yeah, I do. Government's lawyer asked you about the financial status report that's in Exhibit 13. It looks like you've lost the exhibits again. Thank you. She specifically asked you about the report period.
Yes.
That's reflects the period that the disbursements were made, correct?
I'm going to object to speculation.
I guess he's an inspector general from the Department of Health and Human Services, and this is an HHS form. I guess I assume he might have some familiarity with the forms.
So to the credit of her, that I don't know if he's able to, but as long as he doesn't speculate, he can answer.
Yeah. So do you know what that report period refers to?
I do not know.
Did you ever ask anyone what it refers to? You ever tried to figure out what the report period refers to?
I didn't know.
But was it important to you?
It was important to me.
Yeah.
I wasn't at the lead investigator. I did not do anything with the FSR.
You were, so you're saying it just like wasn't your job because Mr. Carlton, who's not here, was in charge of the investigation?
I'm just saying, I don't know anything about FSRs. What I'm saying.
Okay. Now, pass the witness.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winston, excuse.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I would call Alex Ungren.
Take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay. Back on the record, you can call your next witness.
Alex Ungren.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat. And if you could state your first and your last name and spell both of those.
Yep, Alex Ungren, first name Alex, last name Ungren.
Testified in court before.
Yes,
Okay, you can proceed, counsel.
Mr. Ungren, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic accountant at the Department of the Attorney General.
How long have you been a forensic accountant?
A little over 3 years,
How long have you worked at the Attorney General's office?
a little over 3 years.
Prior to working at the Attorney General's office, what did you do for a living?
I worked at the Office of the Auditor General for 10 years.
And what did you do at the Office of the Auditor General?
We mainly audit the state of Michigan departments, see how they're spending money and see if their processes are efficient, effective, and sufficient. So that would be like auditing Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Education, Department of Transportation, things like that.
What does auditing consist of? What are you looking at?
So there's different types of audits that we did. The one most people are familiar with are financial audits, and that's where we would review the state's financial statements to ensure there's no material misstatements with the amount of assets, liabilities, revenue, or expenses recorded on the state's financials. We also had what we called performance audits, where we would go into a particular division of a department and then review their processes and procedures to see if they're efficient, effective, and sufficient. We did compliance audits, where we checked to see if state departments were in compliance with state and federal laws. And then we did IT audits, where we looked to see if, like how often people had to change their passwords to get logged into the IT system.
Okay, prior to working for the Auditor General, were you employed elsewhere?
Just college job.
Okay. And since you brought up college, what's your educational background?
I have a master's and bachelor's degree in accounting at Michigan State University.
When did you get your master's and bachelor's?
Bachelor's in May of 2013 and master's in May of 2014.
In terms of training to work for the Auditor General, did you receive any training?
Yes.
What was that training?
Well, you just mean like on the job training?
Sure.
Yeah, just, so there's on the job training where, someone taught me how to be an auditor, and then the Auditor General's office, they would schedule trainings throughout the year to learn about updates to accounting standards, how to conduct audits, things like that. And while I was there, I even presented 2 trainings for the office.
What types of trainings?
One was how to conduct a financial audit, and then one was how to use Excel.
What requirements or what is needed to become a forensic accountant?
I don't think there's necessarily a requirement, but there are certifications and licenses that are helpful to have.
Okay, so talk to me about what certifications and or licenses you have.
So I'm a certified public accountant, also called CPA, and a certified fraud examiner, also called a CFE.
When did you become a certified public accountant?
December of 2015.
And what do you have to do to become a CPA?
So you have to pass the CPA exam. There are 4 parts to the exam. You don't have to pass all 4 parts at once, but when I took it, you had to pass all 4 parts within 18 months. And then once you pass the exam, you can submit your application for your CPA license, you have to verify your good moral character, you have the proper education and the proper work experience. For education, you need to have 150 credit hours at a university or college. Most universities, a bachelor's degree is 120 credit hours. So for most people, that means going to college for 1 more year. And then there are requirements as to how many of those credit hours have to be accounting specific classes and how many just have to be general business classes. And then for work experience, you need to have 2,000 hours of work experience in an accounting related job. And that needs to be verified by a active licensed CPA.
Are there any requirements to maintain being a CPA?
Yes, have to obtain 40 hours of continuing education every year. And there are some requirements as to what those hours need to be. For example, have to obtain 2 hours of ethics training every year.
In terms of a certified fraud examiner, how long have you been a certified fraud examiner?
Since July of 2020.
And what is steps you take to become a certified fraud examiner?
So first you have to become a member of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. And then
I want to stop you. How do you do that?
you just sign up on their website.
Oh, okay.
And then the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners made their own points-based system based on your education and work experience. So for example, for every year of college you complete up to your bachelor's, you get 10 points. For every year of work experience you have in a fraud-related job, you get 5 points. And then you have to have 40 points to take the CFE exam. And then you need 10 additional points or 50 points total to actually get your CFE license. So the CFE exam is comprised of 4 parts. You don't have to pass all 4 parts at the same time, but you do have to pass them all within 60 days. So if you pass the CFE exam, you have 50 points total. Then you just have to sign the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners Code of Ethics, and then you can get your CFE license.
You did all those things and you've been a certified fraud examiner since the time period you said was at 2015. I'm sorry, that was when you were a CPA.
Since-
2020.
Yes.
Have you ever testified in court before as a forensic accountant,
Yes.
meaning qualified as an expert in forensic accounting?
Yes.
How many different times?
3 times I was qualified as an expert.
And in which courts?
Shelby, the district court in Shelby Township, the district court in Oakland County, and the judicial court in Oakland County.
The judicial court, what do you mean by that? Is that the circuit court?
Yes.
Did you testify at a trial?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember which judge that was before? If you don't, it's fine.
I'm not
Okay,
sure.
it's fine. You have 2 binders in front of you. I want you to look at binder. It says, it should say 2 of 3.
Okay.
Tab number 18, behind tab number 18 is a proposed exhibit. It's 2 pages. Do you recognize those 2 pages?
Yes.
What is that?
This is my CV curriculum vitae.
And you provided that to me or you provided it to the office, correct?
Yes.
All right, and is this up to date?
Yeah.
It-
Yes.
It fairly and accurately depicts your experience and professional education, certifications and memberships. Is that correct?
Correct.
And also the times you testified in as an expert. Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Mr. Ungren as an expert in forensic accounting. And I would move for admission of people's proposed exhibit 18, his resume.
What's the base number? Just, you just have that number.
You must have exhibit 18. That's what you're saying. It's not in the book, is it?
It's in this separate binder, Judge, which I'm going to
Okay.
approach you with in a second.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing.
Judge, I'm gonna look for the Bates number on that. I don't have it on mine right now, so I'll,
Can
I've
you just
moved.
look at a physical copy of it.
Sure. Thank you.
Your motion is granted. You can proceed.
Judge, I just wanted to clarify, counsel had no objection to the resume and the qualification.
Mr. Worsley. You hit the light by accident.
Is it the bottom one?
Yes. Thank you.
I was responding to the resume, but I don't have an objection to testifying for his accounting. It seems like a good accountant.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ungren, are you, as an employee of the state of Michigan, did you have occasion to participate in reviewing records, documents for an investigation concerning David Coker?
Yes.
Okay, and what specifically did you do concerning this investigation?
So I reviewed the financial records associated with David Coker's personal bank accounts at Horizon Bank and Michigan State University Federal Credit Union. And then the financial records for businesses associated with David Coker at Horizon and Michigan State University Federal Credit Union.
I'm just going for purposes of Michigan State Federal Credit Union. Is it okay if we refer to that as MSU, FCU?
Yes.
In terms of the business accounts, which businesses specifically accounts did you look at?
IW Consulting LLC. And Complete Health Park.
And in terms of these different accounts, excuse me, with respect to Mr. Coker, how many personal accounts did you look at both of those institutions?
So at Horizon Bank, there was one personal account. And then at MSU, FCU, there's like two main account numbers, but each main account number has several different sub accounts, like a checking account, a car account, a Barton Saver account.
So two main accounts at MSU, FCU with 4 sub accounts, you said.
Well, there's a lot of sub accounts.
A lot.
Yeah.
How is it in terms of the Mr. Coker's personal accounts? How is it that you, in reviewing records, knew that they were his personal accounts?
So I reviewed the signature card information, which is the information that the bank or credit union has you fill out when you open the accounts.
With respect to the IW Consulting business account, how many records did you review?
So there's there's 2 at Horizon Bank, and then one at MSUFC. It's one main account.
What about Complete Health Park?
There was one bank account at Horizon Bank.
Do you remember account numbers for any of those accounts?
Yes.
Okay, and were certain accounts, personal accounts or business accounts, were certain accounts significant to you in your review of documents?
Yes.
Which I want to go through each individually. First, tell me how many different accounts you're talking about. Total.
So before at Horizon, and then 3 main accounts at MCFC.
And what did you say about Horizon?
4.
4. The 4 accounts at Horizon. You know the last 4 account numbers for those 4 accounts.
Yes.
Okay, let's tell me one of them.
Okay, 7376 is Complete Health Parts business checking account.
The next one.
8142 is IW Consulting LLC's business checking account.
The next one.
8155 is IW Consulting LLC's business checking account.
And the 4th.
8168 is David and Sarah Coger's personal checking account.
What about the MSU FCU accounts?
Those I would need to look at my flow chart for the account number.
Your flow charts, okay. And so just because it hasn't been admitted yet, but we can look at that right now. Looking at that would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Okay, so I want you to look at binder 3. You have binder 2 in your lap. I want you to look at binder 3 right now. And specifically, I want you to look at the tabs behind, or the pages behind tab 23. And this would be bait stamp number 090144 through 147. If you need to go back, that's it. No, go 23. Is that 124? Okay. Go ahead, one more. Are those your flow charts that you're referencing?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, which MSU FCU accounts?
So 5033, which is
You need to look back again?
yeah, one more
Okay,
time.
it's a lot. Thank you.
Sarah and David Coker's checking.
The second,
8835 is David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account.
and the third? Sure, looking would refresh your memory?
Yes.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah. 6394 is IW Consulting LLC's business account.
You've talked about these different accounts. What I want you to do is, in review of records, I want you to look at in binder 2 of 3. Going back to that one, I'm sorry, I know we're going back and forth. Binder 2 of 3, I want you to look at people's proposed exhibit number 19. People's proposed exhibit number 19 has a series of documents that are bait stamped for the record, so the court knows and Mr. Blanchard know what I'm referring to. 002915 through 003085. Have you seen those records before?
Yes.
Did you review those records during your investigation or when you were looking into this case?
Yes.
Okay, and let's just, I want you to put a phrase on it. When I say looking into, What were you doing specifically with this case?
I was looking basically just to see what money came into those bank accounts and then how that money was spent.
Judge, I am moving for admission of people's proposed exhibit number 19 at this time. There are certifications in there from the bank that indicate that these are business records, and according to under the rules of evidence and statute MCL 766.11B, reports that are made or kept in the ordinary course of business are admissible, hearsay exceptions at the preliminary examination.
You're admitted. You've not, just for the record, you have not moved for admissions in 18.
I did move for admission of 18. I believe that was his resume.
Okay, you just didn't publish. Okay,
I'm going to,
you'll do it later. I just wanted to make sure.
you're right, Judge, I did not publish, correct.
Thank you.
I then want to move now, Mr. Ungren, to people's proposed exhibit number 20. Well, for clarification, 19 are records from Horizon Bank, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we'll get clear as to what those records pertain to in a moment. People's proposed exhibit number 20, those are also records from Horizon Bank.
Yes.
The bait stamp on that is 089260 through 089522. Did you review those records during your analysis?
Yes.
Judge, same request. I move for admission of people's proposed exhibit number 20.
I haven't seen the business record certificate for this set.
It's under 089517.
I think that's for a different set of records, isn't it?
No,
Is it, maybe I'm sorry,
089517.
It's admitted.
Thank you. I want to move to people's proposed exhibit number 21, which is bait stamps number, sorry. These are MSU FCU records, correct? In people's proposed exhibit number 21.
Yes, correct.
And these were reviewed in your analysis also?
Yes.
Okay, and these records, Judge, bait stamp 022697 through 022830. I move for admission.
I'm looking for the business record certificate. I don't. She said
You say you're looking for him?
I'm looking for the business record certificate. Yeah.
Well, there's a letter back from the legal research specialist at MSU FCU saying that these are the records.
But that doesn't qualify as a business record certificate under 902. 6 or 11.
So Judge, I don't need a certification per se here. I don't need the authenticating certification. That's why you have this specific statute. The change was made 766.11B. The question is, if it's a report that the court can determine is kept in the course of business activity. This fits that.
It's admitted.
Thank you. What I want to do now then, Judge, since we've gone through everything in people in binder 2 of 3, I would like to publish binder 2 of 3 to the court. Mr. Ungren, moving on to binder 3 of 3. People's proposed exhibit number 22. These are records from the Michigan State University Federal Credit Union, correct? Great, and these bait stamps number 025998 through 026528. Did you review these records also, sir?
Yes.
Move for admission of people's proposed exhibit number 22, Judge.
Got the same objection. I don't think 766.11 applies in this circumstance.
I would say I have the same response, but I would also refer council to base number 026526, which states declaration of employee of custodian of records. And there is a certification if that's what his objection is pertaining to. I don't believe it's needed for the reasons stated, but with respect to this one, there is one. So I move.
It's admitted.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ongren. Let's start and go back to binder number 2, if we could. We'll get to your flow chart later. Going to people's now admitted number 19, these Horizon records. The Horizon records in people 19 are those records pertaining to the 4 accounts you discussed previously, accounts ending in 7337, 8142, 8155, and 8168.
Yes, but the first number is 7376.
Did I think? I'm sorry. Thank you. 7376. Thank you. And these would be records then pertaining to Complete Health Park business checking account, IW Consulting business checking account, another business checking account for IW Consulting, and a personal checking account for David and Sarah Coker.
Yes.
When you did your analysis, were you looking at a specific time frame in looking when reviewing these documents?
Yes.
What time frame were you looking at?
So from December of 2022 to June 30th, 2024.
And is it fair to say one set of these records, meaning let's take the Horizon records, 19, you received those records prior to receiving or reviewing people's 20?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a difference between 19 and 20?
Yes. So 19 goes to May or June of 2023. So from December 2022 to May or June of 2023. And then Exhibit 20 goes from December of 2022 to June 30th of 2024.
Is there duplicative information in 19 and 20?
Yes.
In terms of People's 19, and I want to talk about account number 7376. Did you make any, in your review of records, what did you determine, if anything, about this account in December of 2022?
There was no account balance and no activity in December of 2022.
So there was the ledger sheet, or the statement would say $0.
Yes.
That reflected on any page or pages in People's 19?
Yes, that is base number 2925.
Did you make, in your review of records with respect to this account, 7376, was there any activity that occurred in January of 2023?
Yes.
What occurred in January of 2023?
On January 9th, 2023, there was a electronic deposit from the state of Michigan in the amount of $9,941,089.16. And then there were numerous transactions, withdrawals after that deposit.
In terms of this exhibit, is there a certain Bates number or numbers that reference this deposit on January 9th?
Yes, Bates number 2926.
And in looking at that, just so we can be clear, I'm looking at that Bates number right now. Just, could you tell the court where that's listed? On that page.
Oh, under the detail of electronic funds activity section in the middle of the page.
You mentioned that there were numerous transactions that you saw also, correct?
Yeah, numerous withdrawals.
On January 9th or on a different date? When you said there were numerous.
Mostly on January 9th.
Okay. What withdrawals were made on January 9th?
There was a wire of $150,000 to Beta Soul Foundation. And the other main transaction was a withdrawal of $820,632.
Is that referenced in Bates number 2926?
Yes,
Okay. And is that below the, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Just tell us where it's listed.
it's listed under the detail of deposits and other activities section. So under that heading, withdrawals, under that.
Are there any other withdrawals on the 9th that occurred?
There were some wire fee amounts, and then there was a transaction where a wire was attempted to be made, but then it got returned because that company didn't accept wires.
What was attempted, what amount was attempted to be wired into whom?
$38,158.92 to Goldman Advisors Group.
Sticking with account ending for Complete Health Park 7376. In People's Exhibit 19, were there any other dates or transactions that were significant to you? You talked about the withdrawals that occurred, one for $820,632 on January 9th, right?
Yes,
This is from the Complete Health Park business checking account at Horizon.
correct.
Were you able in any of the exhibits that have been admitted, the bank records, to determine where that $820,632 went?
Yes.
How did you determine that?
So looking at the monthly bank statements for the other bank accounts, I saw a deposit of $820,632 into IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8142 on the same day.
8142 is for a Horizon account also?
Yes.
Okay. Is that referenced in any, or can you see that in a certain Bates number?
Yes. In Exhibit 19, it would be Bates number 2949.
Do you have a Bates number for Exhibit 20?
Yes.
Okay. don't want to make you search. I thought you knew it off. I don't want to make you search for it. If you wanted to, you could find it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost there.
Okay.
So. It'd be base number 89455.
Let's go back to Bates number 2949. Where is that on, can you describe where we see on that page the deposit into IW Consulting account 8142?
Okay, so under detail of deposits and other activity, the first description, the first transaction listed is deposit of a credit memo for $820,632. In the middle of the page.
And we see, where do we see the account number on this page?
In the upper right-hand corner,
Were you able to determine if that money that was deposited into IW Consulting's account ending in 8142 went anywhere else?
yes.
What were you able to determine?
So, back in that detailed deposits and other activities section, page number 2949, the second transaction listed is on January 9th, a debit memo of $300,000. This is a withdrawal of $300,000. This $300,000 was deposited into David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account 8168 at Horizon Bank.
8168 Horizon. When was it withdrawn and deposited?
So it was withdrawn on January 9th and deposited on January 9th.
Where is it that, if anywhere, can we see this deposit into David and Sarah Coker's Horizon account ending in 8168?
This would be on Bates number 2971.
And if you could just explain where it's located.
Yep, so there's a line about the middle of the page that says detailed deposits and other activity. And the first transaction listed is January 9th credit memo deposit of $300,000.
Were you able to determine whether any other funds from that $820,000, $820,000+ were withdrawn or went anywhere else on January 9th?
Yes.
What did you determine?
So in that same section on Bates number 2971, the detailed deposits and other activity, the second transaction listed on January 9th, there was a withdrawal of $100,000
From which account?
from David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account 8168 at Horizon Bank. This ultimately was the purchase of a cashier's check, which was then deposited into Sarah and David Coker's personal checking account at MSUFCU.
Do you know what the account number on that is?
5033.
You talked about a cashier's check. Do the records show that cashier's check?
In exhibit 22, MSUFCU.
Do you know what Bates number?
I could find it.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Did you notice any other transactions that occurred on January 9th?
So there is a another transaction, same base number 2971, in that detailed deposits and other activities section. January 9th, there is a withdrawal of $77,083.42.
Do you know where that money went in your review of the records, the exhibits that have been admitted?
I believe that information is in like a different exhibit.
Okay. Which exhibit shows us that that money was deposited into, the cashier's check was deposited into David and David Coker's MSU FCU account ending in 5033?
Which exhibit? did you
Yes.
say?
Is that in binder 3?
Yes,
Okay, so it would be exhibit number 22.
yes.
Do you know that Bates number, or that's one you didn't know?
I can look it up.
Okay, we'll come back to that then. Right, let's keep going. Was there any other activity that you noted occurring from the Complete Health Park Horizon account? Any transactions that occurred on January 9th, other than what you've testified to today? That were significant to you, I'm sorry. Okay, and when I use the word significant, what is, in your role as a forensic accountant, how does something become significant?
If it's a large dollar amount, or if it's something that appears questionable. So if you see something that appears to be a personal expense in a business account,
Well, why is a personal expense, as a forensic accountant, why is a personal expense in a business account questionable?
because the business account should just have business expenses, and if you use money out of your business account, that should be considered income that you need to report on your taxes.
Any other transactions that occurred on January 9th in the IW consulting account at Verizon, either of those accounts that occurred on that date, January 9th, 2023, that you found significant? Right. And continuing on exhibit number 19, when you're going through the records in exhibit number 19, were there transactions that you found questionable or significant?
Yes,
Other than what you've,
yes,
and in terms of, I should say this, in terms of what you testified to already, did you find any of those transactions questionable?
yes.
Which one or ones?
I look in exhibit 21.
Sure. So I referenced exhibit number 19 specifically, but you want to look at exhibit 21, is that correct?
Or exhibit 20,
Exhibit 20,
yes.
okay, so both 20's Horizon account records still, but just further in time.
Yes.
Mr. Ungren, may I ask you this? Is it fair to say that tabs were made in a binder regarding documents you found significant? Is that correct? Would it be helpful to just use that binder?
Yes.
Okay. So you're looking at exhibit number 20 right now, is that correct?
Yes. Okay, Bates number 89438. This shows withdrawals, cash withdrawals and checks out of IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8142. And there is in the first row of withdrawals and check numbers, the one on the furthest right, check number 1004, is a $20,000 check written to Dave Coker. And then on the third row, the last row, the furthest check to the left, check number 1002 is a check in the amount of $33,292.30 to Central Motorsports.
And why is it that you deem these transactions questionable?
Well, I don't know how a purchase at Central Motorsports would help build a health cart. And then the $20,000 for the Coker is a significant amount of money paid to himself on January 9th, 2023.
So is it fair to say, again, when you're looking at, I use the word significant, you said something significant to you based upon like a large dollar amount, correct?
Yes.
So this is a large dollar amount.
Yes.
Did you engage in efforts to see where that $20,000 went beyond? You said it was a check to Dave Coker?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where that $20,000 went other than being a check to David Coker?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It went into one of the personal business accounts at MSUS.
Personal business account.
Or sorry, personal checking accounts for David and Sarah Coker at MSUS.
Those transactions that you talked about, what dates did those occur on?
The $20,000 check written to Dave Coker was written on January 9th, 2023, and the check to Central Motorsports was on March 15th, 2023.
In terms of, since we're on 20 right now, exhibit number 20, were there other transactions that you tabbed in preparation for today that you deemed questionable or were significant to you?
Yes. On Bates number 89440, these are the withdrawals out of IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8155. On the first row in the middle, there's a $20,000 cash withdrawal from David Coker on April 17th, 2023. And then the only withdrawal slip shown in the second row is a $30,000 cash withdrawal by David Coker on April 21st, 2023. And then on the first row, the farthest to the right, there's a withdrawal ticket of $193,800 to April 17th, 2023. And that money ultimately went to Gateway Title Agency. And it purchased land in Michigan.
Why did you deem these transactions questionable?
Again, the cash withdrawals, they are significant dollar amounts of cash withdrawals. And then for Gateway Title Agency, that land was purchased in Farewell, Michigan, and the health park was to be built in Clare, Michigan.
Any other transactions that occurred in the documents referenced in People Exhibit 20 that you deem to be significant or questionable?
Yes, so base number 89407. These are from David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account 8168 Horizon Bank. And the fourth transaction from the bottom is a electronic transfer of $10,293.54 to JN Balloon on January 18th, 2023. JN Bullion Inc. is a precious metals company who can purchase gold and silver items.
Okay, this is, you said though, this was David and Sarah Coker's 8168 personal checking account, correct? So why is this transaction, if it's in their personal checking account, why is that, are you testifying that that's significant or questionable?
Because the money used to make that payment came from money from the state of Michigan grant.
So why is that questionable just because it came from the grant?
Because the stipulations in the contract agreement stated that there were specific things the money from the grant was supposed to be spent on.
Where is it? You testified that this 10,952 on Bates number 89407 went to JM Bullion. Where is which document or Bates number references the deposit from Complete Health Park money to the transfer of Complete Health Park money to David and Sarah Coker's personal account ending in 8168?
It'll be Bates number 89408.
Were there any other transactions that, I'm just going to keep asking the same question until you tell me, were there any other transactions in People's Exhibit number 20 that you found questionable or significant?
Yes, so base number 89401. This again shows withdrawals and checks out of David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account 8168. And the check right in the middle of this page is check numbers 1006, which is a payment to tax coins in the amount of $15,025 on January 18th, 2023. And that is another company that sells precious metals.
Okay, you're saying this check to Caps Coins was written out of David and Sarah Coker's personal account ending in what?
8168.
Okay, so same question. This is their personal checking account. What is it that makes this questionable?
The same thing as the last one. It's using money from the state of Michigan grant.
We're gonna come back to that in a second. Okay. Anything else in exhibit number 20 that was you deemed significant or questionable? Was there any, even though you testified that 19 and 20 exhibits contain duplicative information, were there other documents or transactions in exhibit 19 that you found significant in your analysis? Other than what you testified to?
I don't think so.
Okay. Moving on then to People's Exhibit 21. And this now we're looking at MSU, FCU records, correct?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 21, were there any transactions that were significant or questionable to you?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I might ask if I could see the binder 3 of 3 where I put the tabs.
Sure. Would that help you?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, go to binder 3 of 3, then you're looking at exhibit 22 then, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then let's do exhibit 22 if that makes things easier for you. Okay, exhibit 21 and exhibit 22 is just like 19 and 20. Do they contain duplicative information from accounts at MSU, FCU?
Yes.
Does 22 just contain more information or documents from additional months in 2023?
Yes.
Okay, so then let's go to binder 3 of 3 then.
Okay.
People's Exhibit 22, you said you have tabs there? I have.
Yes.
How many tabs in this one? Okay, but I do have another one. Judge, I believe I have your binder 3 of 3. That's the problem. Here's binder 3 of 3 that has tabs in it, and here's the court's 3 of 3. Take the other 3 of 3. Thank you.
I believe you asked for any questionable expenses out of the MSU FCU accounts.
Yes.
On Bates number 26007. In the Spartan Saver -06 sub account, account number 5033. On January 10th, there was the $100,000 deposit. This is $100,000 that was transferred from David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account 8168 at Verizon Bank. And numerous transactions occurred on January 10th, 2023. There's a transaction in the amount of $4,497.55. This says withdrawal transfer to loan 92. If you go to Bates number 26010, this shows that loan 92 was a payment to 2017 Ford Fusion. You go back to Bates number 26007, the transaction below, the one we just discussed, is in the amount of $9,670.59. And the transaction description is withdrawal transfer to Coker David W. Jr. loan 92. And the transaction underneath that is a $52,000 $13.93 withdrawal, and the transaction description is withdrawal transfer to Coker David W. Jr. loan 94. If you go to page number 26161, this shows that the second transaction discussed in the amount of $9,670.59. Loan 92 is a loan for a 2015 Buick LaCrosse, and then the $52,013.93 transaction for loan 94 is to pay off the remaining balance of the 2019 Dodge.
I want to talk to you specifically about case number 89456. And that's in People's 20. Were there any significant or questionable transactions that you noted? And while you're looking for that, Mr. Ungren, I want to stop you, because I should have asked when you talked about those three loan numbers. Why is it that you're testifying those were significant or questionable?
Because they were payments made to pay off personal cars the day after money was received from the state of Michigan grant in significant dollar amounts.
Okay, so why though, if these payments are coming from a personal account, correct?
Right.
Why, what makes them questionable then?
This comes from money from the state of Michigan grant.
Okay, when you say the state of Michigan grant, in making a determination that these amounts or these transactions are questionable, did you review the grant itself?
Yes,
Did you review the terms of the grant?
yes,
Okay, and did, you and I have met previously, correct?
correct.
I mean, you work for the state of Michigan, correct?
Correct.
And in your review of the grant, were any clause or clauses significant to you?
Yes, there was one that stated there should be no appearance of impropriety or conflict of interest.
What? And I want to ask you, why, as a forensic accountant, are you reviewing this grant and that the language within it?
So that I have a basis to know what type of expenses are appropriate and which ones are not.
What other provisions of the grant were you looking at during your analysis, other than the appearance of impropriety, conflict of interest, if any?
There was another clause that stated that David Coker was allowed to receive a salary, but it couldn't exceed the level.
I'm going to object just to the hearsay nature of this. I mean, he's summarizing it not very accurately. If he wants to point, I think the document is in evidence and it speaks for itself.
Okay, so if it's hearsay, I would disagree. If his objection is the hearsay, it's admitted, so it's an exhibit. If he, I have no objection to him reading from it, but so Mr. Ungren, what I'm.
It's a fair point. That probably wasn't hearsay. That's fair.
You're withdrawing the.
Yeah, I think I should.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ungren, before, when you're testifying about the language in the grant,
Mhm.
is this verbatim?
Probably not.
Okay. And we'll come back to the grant in a moment, the specific language in a moment. When I'm asking you though, in your giving testimony, what provisions in the grant were specifically important to you in your analysis?
So there was a provision in the grant that said David Coker could receive a salary, but it couldn't exceed the level of what an executive level 2 is paid. Um, So I think that one, and then,
Let me stop you. And did you at some point in time determine what that level was or what that amount was?
so I went to the civil service website and found listing of what executives make. And I didn't find executive level 2 specifically, but there was like the largest salary
I
I
would
saw.
object just to relevance if we're not talking about executive level 2.
Do you want to respond?
Well, I think that, let me ask you this. Did you, yeah, I'll withdraw that question. Thank you. Or I think I'm not withdrawing the question.
You think it's a fair objection?
I do. Thank you.
Objection to stay.
So in terms of, in your review of this case, in your analysis, did you ever review a certain document or figure as to what executive level 2 was?
Not specific.
Okay. And did you come to a well, you knew that he could make, that there was a provision that he could make a certain salary, a certain amount, correct, David Coker?
Yes,
Okay, so you determined, after reading that language, in your analysis and review of the bank records, did he exceed a salary of over $200,000?
yes,
Did he exceed a salary of over $212,000?
yes.
Do you know how much he exceeded that salary by?
It would be $820,632 minus 200,000, so $660,332.
So when you're saying these transactions are questionable or significant to you, did you take into consideration that David Coker may have been entitled to a salary?
Yes,
I want to go back now to case number 08089-456. We've referenced in the middle of that page a transaction on 2/8, correct?
yes.
And that was a transaction in the amount of what?
$400,000.
And that transaction is, which account are we talking about right now?
This is IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8142 Horizon.
Do you know where that $400,000 came from?
Yes, that came from money from the state of Michigan grant.
Is that the money that was deposited into the IW Consulting account on January 9th?
Yes,
What happened to that $400,000, if you know?
that money was deposited into IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8155.
Is there a Bates number that shows that?
Bates number 89487.
Where specifically on that page do we see that transaction?
It is the first transaction listed on that page under detail of electronic funds activities.
Do you know where that money goes, if anywhere?
That money was then used, so if you go to base number 89440, that money was then used to make the cash withdrawal $20,000 on April 17th, 2023. Cash withdrawal of $30,000 on April 21st. And then payment of $193,800 to Blue Wave.
And where do we see that again?
Base number 89440.
In terms of the Complete Health Park account that you talked, there's only one account, correct?
Yes.
Whose name or names were on that account?
David Coker and Jake Leiter.
Do you know when Jake Leiter's name was on that account?
I saw that it was on the account when it was open. And I think it was there. As far as I know, I don't think it was taken off.
Okay. What about the IW Consulting, the two accounts that you've discussed?
That there was only one person listed on those accounts, and that was David Coker.
And obviously, when you're referencing a personal account for David and Sarah Coker, did you see some documentation that had both people's names on that account
Yes,
or accounts?
yes.
What about the transactions you have just testified to? Did you deem significant or questionable?
What's the question?
Right, the transactions the $400,000, it goes from Complete Health Park to IW Consulting, and you testified $20,000, two different withdrawals of $20,000, and then the gateway check, correct, or payment, excuse me,
Yeah, one of the withdrawals was 20,000, one was 30,000.
30,000.
But
Thank you.
otherwise correct, yes.
So what was questionable about those?
We did previously go over these already, but
Yeah, I would join in its objection
That's
as
fine.
answered.
Then we'll move on.
Yeah.
In terms of this specific exhibit, and we're talking about exhibit number 20 right now. Yes, 20. Were there any other transactions that you haven't testified to that you deemed significant?
so yes, there are other transactions. I don't, the main ones were the ones that we discussed,
When you say main ones, what does that mean?
just the largest ones.
Okay, so there were other ones in lower amounts that were questionable to you.
Yes,
I want to go back to, because if you could go back to binder 2 of 3. There's a couple of Bates numbers that I wanted to discuss with you, or pages that I specifically wanted to discuss with you. And I'm looking at 2994. What is 2994?
this is a cashier's check that was written to Richardson of Gladwin, in the amount of $77,083.42. And Richardson of Gladwin is a car dealership.
And when was that done?
January 9th, 2023.
Can you give me the base number again?
2994.
Talked about the payment in the amount of $100,000 when we were talking about exhibits number 20, 19 and 20. I want to look specifically at Bates number 2990 in exhibit 19. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, what do you see in 299?
This-
2990.
We see the purchase of a cashier's check for $100,000 on January 9th, 2020. This cashier's check number is 4171228.
And whose name is on this cashier's check?
It is paid to the order of Michigan State University Credit Union.
Okay, and on that same page, the photo to the left of that cashier's check, what is that?
That is
Or
the
image?
withdrawal ticket of the purchase of the $100,000 cashier's check and the name, call, ticket, and stage.
Mr. Ungren, when you were doing your review of these records, and you've already used them to refresh your memory, did you prepare some flow charts?
Yes,
Why did you prepare these?
so hopefully it'll be easier to understand.
And is that referenced in people's proposed exhibit? I believe you have it, it's behind a different tab number for you. But those flow charts should be people's proposed exhibit number 22. And again, this is base number 090144 through 090147. Those 4 pages you've already identified, you recognize them, correct? Created each of those pages.
Yes,
And Judge, do these 4 pages, is it a summary of what you testified to?
yes.
Move for admission of people's proposed 22, Judge.
No problem.
Okay, I'm trying to find this flow chart. Where is it in mine?
It should be in binder 3 of 3, Judge.
Find your free, is it at the end?
Should be. The court can use mine. All right, Mr. Ungren, what, can you tell us what we see in the first page of this flow chart?
Yeah, the first page of this flow chart shows which bank account is,
That's in 23 in mine.
Oh, thank you, Judge. Go ahead and say.
this flow chart shows which bank account the state of Michigan grant funds were deposited and transferred to, and then how much money was spent out of each account.
So just move us through it.
So, starting in the upper left, the state of Michigan provided $9,988,908.88 to Complete Health Park. And this money was deposited into Complete Health Park's business checking account 7376. To see how this $9,988,908.88 was spent, we'll look at the 2 arrows pointing away from this bank account on the flow chart. The first arrow is pointing up and is in the amount of $9,280,238.75. And this is what I call the amount spent. The amount spent is comprised of all of the withdrawals in this bank account, excluding large returns and transfers to other accounts. And I did this because I believe this value shows a more representative or accurate amount of how much money was spent on the purchase of assets or payment of business services or cash withdrawals out of the bank account. So if you purchase something and then returned it, then you would get that money back, you could spend again, and I don't want to like double count that money. And then for transfers to other bank accounts, transfer money to another bank account, if you want to see how that money was actually spent, you need to look at the withdrawals out of that other bank account. So amount spent out of Complete Health Park business checking account 7376, again, was $9,280,238.75. And then the other arrow pointing to the right indicates there were transfers of $820,632 to IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8142. To see how the $820,632 was spent out of IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8142, I'll look at the 3 arrows moving away from this bank account on the flow chart. The first arrow coming up is shows that there was $201,498.41 spent on amount spent. Again, that would be purchase of goods, payments to businesses for services, cash withdrawals, things of that nature.
So would you deem those not, I mean, are those deemed questionable or not?
For those, I looked at what was purchased and then determined if they were questionable from there.
Okay,
So I checked to see if anything looked like it would be used for building and health card.
So do you differentiate on this flow chart between what is questionable and or not?
No,
So can you, when you're, so when the money that is spent that you're talking about, the 201,498 and 41 cents, is any of that amount questionable?
yes,
And do you know out of that amount, what is questionable?
not exactly, I say the majority.
Why is it that you say the majority?
Um, Because I think there was one payment to Rob Sabish out of that account. He was an employee of the health card,
Do you remember what that payment amount was for?
not exact.
Okay. All right, going back then, beyond that 201,000 figure, what is your flow chart showing us?
Okay, so again, discussing how $820,632 was spent out of IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8142. The arrow to the right indicates they were transferred or transfers of $300,000 to David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account 8168 Horizon Bank. The arrow pointing down indicates there were transfers of $400,010 to IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8155 Horizon. To see how the $400,010 was spent out of IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8155, look at the four arrows pointing away from this bank account on the flow chart. The first one going up to the left, indicates there were transfers of $100,000 to Complete Health Card's business checking account 7376. The arrow pointing up indicates there were transfers of $57,508.09 to IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8142. The arrow pointing up and to the right indicates there were transfers of $500 to David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account 8168 at Horizon Bank. And the arrow pointing down indicates the amount spent was $243,942.
So in terms of those 5 different amounts that you told us about, I'm sorry, the total being the $400,010, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then you talked about 100,000, 243 plus thousand, 57 plus $1,500, correct?
yes,
Any of those amounts, the 4 that I just referenced, were those any, did you deem those questionable?
yes.
Which one or one?
So the amount spent, that in the $243,922, that would include the $193,000 payment to Gateway Title Agency and the $20,000 cash withdrawal to David Coker and the $30,000 cash withdrawal to David Coker.
Is 243,922 more than 215,000
Yes,
or 212,000?
yes,
Going back up to the amount spent, the 201,498 and 41 cents. That's more than $200,000.
yes.
I then want to, moving then, is there anything else of significance other than what you testified to in this part of the flow chart that you want to bring to the court's attention?
You just want me to go through the amounts spent out of David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account.
Yeah, I want to work our way through the flow chart so we can understand what it's saying.
Yeah, so, a total of $300,500 was transferred to David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account 8168. To see how this $300,500 was spent, look at the 3 arrows pointing away from this bank account on the flow chart. The first arrow pointing to the left indicates there were transfers of $22,201.74 to IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8142. The arrow pointing up indicates the amount spent was $179,173.84. And the arrow pointing to the right indicates they were transfers of $100,000 to David and Sarah Coker's personal account 435033-06 at MSUS.
And so the transfer from IW Consulting to of $300,000 went into David and Sarah Coker's Verizon account ending in 8168, correct?
Correct.
And $300,000 is more than, let's just use $215,000.
Yes.
And then in terms of the amount spent, the 179, 173 with 84 cents, were you able, did you come to any conclusions regarding whether that amount, there were any questionable transactions?
Yes.
Are those ones you've already testified to?
Yes. So
What would that include?
that would include the payments to JM Bullion and gas coins.
So the payments from from those two, to those two places initially came from the $300,000 from IW Consulting.
Yes.
What do we see next in that flow chart?
So the $100,000 transfer to David and Sarah Coker's personal account 435023-06 at MSUFCU. To see how that money was spent, we go to flow chart number 2.
What do we see in flow chart number 2? This is Bates number 90145, correct?
Correct.
What do we see in flow chart number 2?
This shows which bank accounts money was deposited and transferred to using that $100,000, which is $100,000 from the state of Michigan grant. And then,
And again, this is from that initial 300,000 transfer from IW to their 8168 personal account at Verizon.
yes,
Where does that 100,000 go?
so that $100,000 went into Sarah and David Coker's personal Spartan Saver account 435033-06.
And where did it go once it was in that account?
So from there, there was a $20,000 transfer to David and Sarah Coker's personal Spartan Saver 628835-01 at MSCFCU. That's the arrow pointing to the right. The arrow pointing down is shows there were transfers of $6,360.49 to Sarah and David Coker's personal checking account 435033-86 at MSCFCU. The arrow pointing to the left indicates there was the amount spent of $66,372.07. And one note, there's one difference between the amount spent on this flow chart and the last one. This one, the amount spent, it also excludes transfers to other bank accounts and large returns. But it also excludes payments to credit cards, and that's because I reviewed the credit cards separately. And didn't want to double count.
So the 66,000 does not include credit cards.
Yeah,
Okay, the $66,372.07 that was spent, did you deem that amount spent, any of it questionable?
so I did identify questionable expenses. This would be the expenses to pay off the vehicles.
That you've already testified to?
Yes.
Okay. Moving through the flow chart, the rest of the flow chart, can you explain what we see?
Yep, so I'll start with that $20,000 that was transferred to David and Sarah Coker's personal Spartan Saver account 628-835-01, which is on the right side of the flow chart. So how that $20,000 was spent, there's 3 arrows pointing away from this bank account. The first arrow pointing down to the left is shows there were transfers of $7,500 to Sarah and David Coker's personal Sarah account 45033-46 at MSCFCU. The arrow pointing down indicates there were transfers of $7,905.24 to David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account 628835-81 at MSCFCU. And the arrow pointing to the right indicates the amount spent was $16,500.
Okay, I want to stop you. On this page of the flow chart, how many separate personal accounts are you dealing with for David and Sarah Coker?
7.
Was that significant to you?
Yes, that's a pretty large number of accounts.
Beyond, I don't want to repeat anything because we have, I know everyone's being patient, but and we want to move through this. What else do we see on this flow chart in terms of money? Well, the $16,500 spent, were you able to determine how that money was spent?
I was.
Can you explain?
I don't remember offhand exactly how.
But you were able to.
Yes. I
Okay,
was.
did you determine that amount questionable?
I would have to look at
Okay.
the exact expense.
That's probably not a fair question because this all goes back to the $300,000 that you've already testified was questionable, correct?
Yes.
All right, so then moving through the rest of the flow chart, I want to look specifically at the bottom right, we see and focus on a larger amount of amount spent from MSU FCU bank account ending in 3581, a checking of $45,122.95. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you determine or do you remember as you're testifying right now where that money, how it was spent?
I know I determined it, but I don't.
You don't remember, okay. And then we see a final larger, well, 2 larger amounts on this flow chart, both one referencing a $20,000 transaction, correct? Bottom right,
Yes.
what is that transaction?
So, what we're looking at, it says IW Consulting LLC and an arrow pointing to the left, $20,000. That was a check written from IW Consulting LLC's business checking account 8142 at Horizon Bank. So this $20,000 would also be state of Michigan grant funds.
Okay. And then finally, looking in terms of a larger amount, bottom left, we see money spent of $51,598.35, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection as you're testifying right now how that money was spent?
I do not.
Okay.
One thing I want to mention.
Sure.
For the MSU FCU accounts, there were commingled funds in these bank accounts.
What does that mean?
So, commingled funds means that there were other sources of income in these funds, in these bank accounts. So David and Sarah Coker received payroll from other jobs that were deposited in the MSU FCU accounts. So there are instances where it is difficult to know whether the expenses out of the personal accounts used money from the state of Michigan grant funds or whether money was used from their payroll from other jobs. Now, there's still some that I can easily trace and I can say, well, state of Michigan funds went into this account and I can tell that state of Michigan funds were used for these expenses. But particularly the 2 checking accounts, those had significant amount of payroll from other jobs deposited in those accounts.
And the 2 checking accounts, you're referencing what checking account numbers?
So checking account 5300, sorry, 5033-86. And that is Sarah and David Coker's personal checking account. And then the other one is checking account 8835-81.
Moving to the 3rd page of the flow chart. What do we see of significance on this flow chart?
So the 3rd page shows the amount of money that was used to pay off credit cards and then the amount of money that was used for the purchase of credit cards. So in the middle of the page, there you can see there was one credit card for Sarah Coker, and this was credit card ending in 4276. And then to the right of that, there were 2 credit cards associated with David Coker, and those are credit card numbers 0559 and 6334. The bank accounts above the credit cards show where the money came from to pay off the credit card balances. So like if you were to look in the top left, David and Sarah Coker's personal Sarah account transferred $4,519.49 to pay off Sarah Coker's credit card 4276, for example. And then from the credit card, there's an arrow pointing down to amount spent. For Sarah, this is $68,562.50. And for David, this was $12,415.79. And these would be the total amount of purchases made using the credit cards. And then one note is for Sarah's, I did a credit card review through May 30th, 2024. But for David's credit cards, my review was only as of June 5th, 2023. And this is because, as I mentioned earlier, there were still times I could trace state of Michigan grant funds directly, and I could say with confidence that state of Michigan grant funds were used to pay off credit card. And I could do that for Sarah's credit card like in 2024. So I reviewed her credit card further, and David's credit card was used more money from commingled funds to pay off his credit card. So couldn't conclusively say that the state of Michigan grant funds were used to pay off his credit card in 2024. So I didn't do a review of 2024.
Okay, so this page specifically is where you could make a determination, even where funds were commingled, where state of Michigan funds went.
Yes.
Okay, and what you're telling us is that state of Michigan funds in terms of credit card purchases by Sarah Coker went to purchases in the amount of 68,000 by, so then what are you telling us?
There still could be commingled funds in those 2 amounts, but in total, there were purchases of $68,562.50 on Sarah Coker's credit card 4276. And some of that would be made up of state of Michigan grant funds.
Do you know what the amount was?
Not exactly.
Okay, do you know an approximate?
No.
Okay. What we see though on this third page, is this from December of 22 through June of 2023, this specific page?
Only that time period for the amount of purchases on David Coker's credit cards.
Okay,
Everything else is from December 2022 to June 30th, 2024.
okay, thank you. Anything else, anything on this specific page in your analysis of these records and compiling this flow chart that you believe should be noted as questionable or significant? Going to the next page. What did we see on this last page of your flow chart?
This is a flow chart showing where money was moved specific for a specific $50,000. So starting on the left, the state of Michigan provided $9,988,908.88 to Complete Health Park, and this was deposited into Complete Health Park's business checking account 7376 at Verizon Bank. And on January 9th, 2023, there was the transfer of $820,632 to IW Consulting's business account 8142 at Verizon Bank. Of that 820,000, I just put 50,000 here because we're just talking about 50,000 specific, but I want to make the note that it's that $50,000 was part of $820,632 transfer and not in addition to.
And just, I think you've already testified, $820,000 is more than 212 or 215,000.
Yes.
Okay. Continue.
The next day, on January 10th, 2023, there was a $50,000 transfer to IW Consulting LLC's IMA bank account 1026314-25 at MSUFCU. And IMMA bank account is the same as a savings account, but it just earns a higher interest rate, so you make more money in an IMMA than you would do a regular savings account. This $50,000 stayed in the IMMA account for exactly 1 year. And on January 10th, 2024, $50,000 was transferred to Sarah and David Coker's personal checking account 435033-86 at MSCFCU. 12 days later, $50,000 was transferred to Sarah and David Coker's personal car account 435033-05 at MSCFCU. Once the money got in this car account on January 22nd, 2024, that's when the money started to be used for the purchase of goods, payments to businesses for services, cash withdrawals, etc. But first, there were other transfers to other bank accounts. So I'll start with how this $50,000 was spent out of the car account. The first arrow pointing down to the left indicates there was a transfer of $6,800 on May 15th, 2024 to David and Sarah Coker's personal checking account 628835-81 at MSCFCU. The arrow pointing straight down indicates that there were multiple transfers from January 22nd, 2024 through May 31st, 2024, to Sarah and David Coker's personal checking account 435-033-86 at MSCFCU, totaling $9,383. Pointing down to the right, all the way to the bottom, indicates that from January 22nd, 2024 through May 31st, 2024, there were multiple payments totaling $5,582 to Sarah Coker's credit card 4276. So this would be an example of when I can say with confidence that State of Michigan grant fund money was used to pay off Sarah Coker's credit card. And this is why I did a review of her credit card to May 30th, 2024.
The last thing I want to ask is, you testified about two provisions of the grant agreement that were significant to you in your analysis: conflict of interest and the salary. Were there any other provisions that were significant to you in the grant?
There were other provisions about like how long to keep records.
Okay.
But I think those were the two main ones.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ungren. That was a lot of information.
One last thing,
Yeah.
because in that car account, there are two more things I wanted to note on the flow chart. So an arrow pointing down to the right in the middle shows that on April 22nd, 2024, David Coker made a cash withdrawal of $7,000. And then the arrow pointing to the right indicates that as of May 31st, 2024, $21,241.94 of this $50,000 had not been spent. And that's it.
Thank you. Judge, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Ungren. Thank you.
It's 1 o'clock. I have to give my staff a break. So we're gonna take a lunch break and come back at 2 o'clock. It will be long. Not a lifesaver sandwich. witness can come back. We're back on the record. And you're still under oath. Counsel, cross-examination.
So you testified that as you were reviewing the financial records, you looked for things that were questionable. And correct me if I'm wrong, what I understood you to mean by that is things that you wanted to look into further. Is that fair?
Yes,
That questionable could have either a legitimate or an illegitimate explanation.
yes,
It was sort of a way you would flag things for further review.
yes,
Your job is not to determine whether a transaction is legitimate or illegitimate, correct?
no, I mean, sorry, correct. It is not my job to determine if it's legitimate or illegitimate.
Thank you for clarifying, but I understood what you meant. Thank you. And questionable does not equate with guilt in your mind, correct?
Right, I cannot determine guilt or innocence.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I think that you prepared this nice flow chart, this exhibit 23. And in that, it might help you to have it in front of you because I'm going to talk to you. So that flow chart shows that $9.988 million is received from the state by Complete Health Park. Is that right?
Correct,
And all of that money goes into the Horizon Bank account, correct?
correct,
And out of that Complete Health Park Horizon Bank account, $9.280 million is spent on project expenses, correct?
yes,
Now, my math is that's 93%. Does that sound right?
it sounds right.
Okay. You didn't calculate what percentage was spent on?
I did not,
Okay. You have a calculator with you?
I do not.
And then from that Complete Health Park account, $820,632 is transferred to IW Consulting. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have the exhibit book for 1 through, I think, 18 in front of you? 1 through 17, rather?
No,
Yeah.
Which one's the witness? I would like you to look at exhibit 14. What is the total of the invoice in exhibit 14?
$82,200.
And then exhibit 15, is that also an invoice?
Yes,
What's the total of that invoice?
$638,432.
What's the total of those two invoices?
Be the $820,632.
The amount of the transfer from Complete Health Parks account to IW Consulting's account ties out exactly to those two invoices, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And does that number appear in the financial status report? The 13th.
Yes,
Okay. It's reported to the state in the financial status report that $820,632 is paid, correct?
correct,
Which ties out to those two invoices, correct?
correct.
Now, the purpose of an invoice is to communicate to someone that they owe you money, right?
Yes,
And then hopefully they pay you them.
yes,
And the two invoices in 14 and 15 are from IW Consulting, right?
yes,
To Complete Health Park.
yes,
In the total amount of the $820,632, correct?
yes,
And the purpose of the financial status report is for Complete Health Park to tell the state how they're spending money, correct?
yes,
And they told the state how much money they spent, correct?
they did.
I'm sorry?
They did.
Okay. And they accurately reported how much they had been invoiced by IW Consulting
Yes.
and how much they paid IW Consulting. Now, the payments, you talked about a lot of payments or a lot of expenditures by IW Consulting or by David Coker or by Sarah Coker. You remember that?
Yes.
They paid off some cars and apparently someone bought a gold coin.
Yep.
Now, those expenses were not paid from the Complete Health Park account, correct?
That's correct.
The money that got to IW Consulting all came out of that $820,632, correct?
That's correct.
And then after it was received by IW Consulting, the money was distributed in various ways.
Yes.
Now, it is legal to have an LLC, correct?
Yes.
And it's legal to have a single member LLC, true?
Yes.
Single member LLCs are allowed to distribute funds to their owners, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If the money was legally received by IW Consulting, what happened with it after that is none of the state's business, true?
If it was received legally, I think that's the key point.
I agree, right? So all of the discussion about what it was spent on isn't really the point here, right?
Right.
I'm sorry?
Right.
Okay, the question is whether the $820,000 was lawfully paid over.
Yes.
Are you aware that there's a contract between IW Consulting and Complete Health Park that entitled IW Consulting to a 7% fee?
No. I'm not aware.
Nobody ever showed you that?
No, I did not see a contract between IW Consulting and Complete Health Park.
Did you ever ask if there was any documentation to justify these payments?
I discussed whether or not the conflict of interest was disclosed and was informed it was not,
You discussed that with whom?
with the investigator on the case, Special Agent Jeff Campbell.
This guy?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you that there was a contract between IW Consulting and Complete Health Park entitling IW to a 7% fee?
Not that I recall.
If there was a contract, is that something you would want to see as part of your investigation?
Probably.
Because, I mean, as an auditor, right, all of your beliefs, I hope, are tentative and subject to revision, right? If you learn more evidence, it can change your opinion.
Yes.
You did comment on there was a payment from IW Consulting to Central Motorsports, right?
Yes.
Now that was a payment made out of IW Consulting's bank account.
Yes.
So again, your view would be if the money was lawfully received, doesn't matter where it was spent, right? But I think your testimony was you don't know what he could have bought or IW Consulting could have bought from Central Motorsports that would help building Complete Health Park. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Did you find out what was purchased from Central Motorsports?
I don't.
I'm sorry?
I don't know.
You don't know if you found out or you don't know what was purchased?
I don't know what was purchased.
Did you take any steps to find out what was purchased?
I did not.
Okay. Did the investigative team at the Department of Attorney General take any steps to find out what was purchased?
I believe that they did.
Did you ask what was purchased?
I don't think I did.
How can you say you don't know if the item that was purchased would help in building a health park if you don't know what it was?
Well, I went to their website and saw what kind of items they sold.
Okay. Do they sell utility vehicles? I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know how big the parcel of land was that Complete Health Park was going to be constructed on?
I do not know the exact amount.
Do you have an estimate?
No,
Okay. Does 68 acres sound correct?
I don't know.
Do you know how big 68 acres is?
No,
Do you know how long it would take to walk across 68 acres?
I do not.
I think, expressed some concern about $193,000 property acquisition in Farwell, Michigan. You remember that?
Yes,
Because you said, well, the project wasn't in Farwell, right?
that's right.
Now, if the payment to IW Consulting was properly paid to IW Consulting, it could buy property wherever it wanted, correct?
Correct.
I think this is clear, but I just want to make sure. All of the money that you say got to Mr. Coker personally, all of it was part of this $820,632, correct?
Correct.
There's not like other payments on the side to buy the gold or something, correct?
Correct.
And you're not suggesting that he was spending the money out of Complete Health Park to buy himself things, correct?
Right, it wasn't out of the Complete Health Park business account.
Like, it's not part of that $9.28 million that you say was spent.
Correct.
That was all spent on things that you thought were very clearly legitimately involved in the build out, correct?
Yes.
What is a salary?
Sorry, what was the question?
What is a salary?
A salary is how much someone gets paid for their job.
So like how much an employee gets paid for their job, right?
Yes.
Okay. And part of your audit, you learned that Complete Health Park had a payroll, correct?
Yes.
They paid wages to people like Jake Leiter. They paid wages to people like, I think, Danielle Taylor,
That name doesn't sound familiar to me.
Rob Sabish.
Yes.
Okay. They never paid wages to Mr. Coker, correct?
I guess I don't recall talking.
Well, a moment ago, you said the only money that you found that went to Mr. Coker came through that $820,000, correct?
That's correct.
Because there's no payroll checks to Mr. Coker from Complete Health Park, correct?
Not that I remember.
Because he wasn't an employee of Complete Health Park, was he?
I'm going to object, I guess, to the conclusion that he was an employee. There's, I believe that's up for interpretation as to what an employee means, and that's for the court to determine. That's a legal question in this case.
Is you gonna respond?
I mean, he's a certified fraud examiner. I think you would know if you found evidence that he was an employee.
In
If you
the,
found as evidence of how he was paid, I don't know that that will
Oh, no, he's,
say whether or not he was an employee. All employees aren't paid a salary. Some employees are contract employees.
I think some employees are independent contractors. That's true.
Or contract employees. We have contract employees here. So you don't get a salary. You're paid on a contract. So I don't think he can answer whether or not it's an employee. So objection is sustained.
Did you find any payments from Complete Health Park to David Coker?
I don't think I did.
Absolutely, Shirley.
nobody direct.
Thank you. You may be excused.
I just want to go through, there are a couple of exhibits I still need to have admitted, and the ones that, at least my position is the court can take judicial notice of. Self-authenticating documents, and they've been supplied to counsel. Proposed exhibit number 1 is a Department of Licensing and Regulation Affairs Articles of Incorporation. It's certified, it has the seal for Complete Health Park. I move for admission of people proposed at 1.
Any objection?
domestic document under seal and so on.
Okay, that's a minute.
Same with respect to People's Proposed Exhibit 2. It's a Department of Licensing and Regulation Affairs articles of organization as it relates to IW Consulting.
That's the admitted as well.
Judge, we previously, and I believe it was People's Exhibit 24, the court admitted act or took judicial notice of Act 196 of 1973, correct?
That is correct.
And I just want to be clear that that would include the statutes 15.341 and 15.342. So, and Judge, with the court's indulgence, could we please affirm what, one last time, what was admitted before I rest?
.3.2, you said, and
15.342 and 15.341, excuse me.
okay, I have admitted 3, 4, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 17, 5. It's like 12, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23, and now 1 and 2.
Judge, you did say 15?
15, I do not, I do have 15, yeah.
Judge, and then prior to resting, I do have, I do want to, in my argument, I'm putting the court on notice, I do want to make certain amendments as to the language. Would the court like me to do that prior to the close of proofs? Well, first of all, I'll rest. Thank you.
No, okay, any witnesses that you can call? Okay, you wanted to make amendments to what?
Amendments to the charges, the charging document, Judge.
Based on your final motion? Is that what you're asking?
Well, before I argue.
Oh, okay, that's fine. What amendments are you seeking?
So I'm seeking to amend the time frame. I think the time frame should reference 12/19/20. I'm sorry, 12/15/2022 through June 2024.
Okay, you want to amend the time frame to
12/15 instead of 12/19, 12/15 of 2022
okay,
through June of 2024.
okay,
I also am seeking to amend language in the, it would pertain to the false pretenses charges, counts 2, 3, and 4, which would then impact the incidents of racketeering under count 1.
okay,
So Judge, what I wanted with respect to the count 2 false pretenses, I'm requesting to amend where it says make or use a false pretense to wit, and then it starts with the defendant. And it ends with 4 lines down, FSR submission. I wanted to say and or. Defendant signed a grant agreement on 12/15/2022, knowing he was in violation of the terms of the agreement on that date.
okay,
So that would also impact the language in the count 1, the first incident, Judge.
count one, paragraph one?
Yes, Judge.
Okay,
And then with respect to counts 3 and 4. Let's start with count 3.
okay, count three.
The third line down from count 3, so where it starts IW Consulting.
Yes.
After services, I wanted to say and or.
So where you say 182,200 worth of services and or is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay,
Defendant engaged into a contract with CHP. Knowing that the contract was fraudulent due to the terms of the grant agreement. And that same language, Judge, would be in count 4 after services.
okay, same thing. Any additional amendments?
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay.
I'm sorry, those amendments would also apply to the racketeering charge, those incidents of racketeering.
You can proceed to your argument.
I'm sorry, Judge.
You can proceed.
I'm sorry, thank you. Judge, what I would submit to this court is based upon the testimony submitted by the witnesses and the evidence introduced that the prosecution established by a probable cause standard each of the crimes charged in this document. I want to first address, obviously, count 1, the conducting a criminal enterprise. I had to prove, the prosecution, excuse me, had to prove by a probable cause standard that Mr. Coker knowingly acquired or maintained interest in or control of an enterprise. In this case, Judge, that being IW Consulting LLC. And he directly or indirectly through a pattern of racketeering activity, he conducted that enterprise, Judge, and the racketeering activity. I'll address each of those separately, but that included charges of false pretenses where the state, a charge, excuse me, of false pretense, which is count 2, where the state of Michigan is the victim. 2 counts of false pretenses where Complete Health Park is the victim. That's counts 3 and 4. Counts 5 and 6, where Complete Health Park is the victim. Again, those are the embezzlement charges, Your Honor. And then the count 7, public monies safekeeping. So I would submit to this court that Mr. Coker's individual ownership or control over the IW Consulting, that's sufficient for establishing an enterprise. His use of IW Consulting to obtain the grant funds is the type of interaction between an individual and a affiliated legal entity that the statute contemplated. Now, with respect to the racketeering incident specifically, Judge, the false pretenses are charged under 2 theories. With respect to count 2, the first theory, with the amendment to count 2, prosecution is submitting that the court can find 1 or 2 or both types of false pretenses, I guess, for lack of a better word, namely the FSR dated 12/19/2022 that Mr. Coker, I would submit, although Ms. Taylor was here and indicated she digitally signed the FSR, it was at Mr. Coker's direction. He's the one who prepared it. He was present when she submitted it. She had no input into that document whatsoever. She viewed herself as a placeholder for Mr. Coker needed someone to submit it. He could not submit it himself. Obviously, my argument in that regard is that this goes to Mr. Coker's whole plan with respect to this case, with respect to this project. He, at every turn, was going to hide his affiliation with both Complete Health Park and IW Consulting. That's why he needed someone who was not qualified, like Ms. Taylor herself said, to act as the financial person for purposes of the FSR submission. Ms. Taylor said repeatedly that she told Mr. Coker this was beyond her experience. And those weren't her exact words, those are my words. And that this, she did not feel qualified. And so what I would submit to this board, that it was in fact Mr. Coker who submitted the financial status report to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and that FSR is a false pretense, as that FSR included or attached 2 invoices, one in showing the transactions between IW Consulting and Complete Health Park. The one invoice dated December 5th, 2023 for over $182,000 was from IW Consulting to Complete Health Park. The second invoice was dated 12/31/23 for $638,432 from IW Consulting to Complete Health Park. Mr. Coker is the person, not the Complete Health Park Board, who approved both of those invoices on December 19th, 2022. The court knows that because 2 board members told this court that they had not seen those invoices. They had not approved those invoices. That was Mr. Coker's signature or initials on those invoices. Prior to this, how this becomes a false pretense, Your Honor, is prior to the submission of these invoices that were attached to the FSR, Mr. Coker did not disclose his role in IW Consulting to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. He did not disclose this conflict of interest. This non-disclosure in and of itself is a false, at the time of the FSR with the invoices attached, is in and of itself a false pretense, Judge. It's also a false pretense because at the time of the submission of the FSR with the invoices, Mr. Coker did not disclose that he had entered into a contract, IW Consulting, because he was IW Consulting, with Complete Health Park, where he would be making over the executive 2 level. And the court did hear testimony from Mr. Hardin that it was his understanding at that time the executive 2 level was approximately $212,000. So Mr. Coker did not disclose to Daryl Hardin or MDHHS with this document, or prior to the submission of this document, that he would be earning pursuant to his contract with Complete Health Park well in excess of that executive 2 level salary. So I would submit to this court that that was a false pretense based upon that non-disclosure also, Your Honor. And if the court non-disclosure or omission of this information of such is under the law constitutes a false pretense. I would also submit to this court that Mr. Coker did not disclose Mr. Damasi, who was associated an employee with this project, who was under the terms of the grant agreement. He was required to disclose Mr. Damasi's prior criminal background. He did not disclose that. So I would submit to this court that that non-disclosure at the time the FSR was submitted also constituted a false pretense. In terms of the and/or, Judge, I included the and/or I asked court to amend because the grant agreement itself is also a false pretense. When Mr. Coker signed it, and he signed it on 12/15/2022, and that is exhibit number 11. When he signed that grant agreement on page 4, it's a 34-page grant agreement. On page 4, he signed it as signature under the signature section for the grantee, Complete Health Park. David Coker, next to his name is director, and the date of 12/15/2022. So it says Complete Health Park, David Coker, director. At the time he signed that contract, his, again, the same non-disclosures, his non-disclosure, his knowing non-disclosure of the fact that he also was IW Consulting and would be making a profit from this project, his non-disclosure of that conflict of interest, the non-disclosure of the salary he would be making from this project, the non-disclosure of Mr. Damasi's criminal background, those also constituted through the signature of the grant agreement, a false pretense. What I would, in terms of the conflict of interest and the code of conduct provision, Judge, the court has the grant agreement in front as an exhibit, but it also, I would just bring to this court's attention, it states specifically or references Public Act 196 of 1973, which states in relevant part, a public officer or employee shall not participate in the negotiation or execution of contracts, making of loans, granting of subsidies, fixing of rates, issuance of permits or certificates, or other regulation or supervision relating to a business entity in which the public officer or employee has a financial or personal interest. And that's MCL 15.342, Judge. What I would submit, Your Honor, is that Mr. Coker had a relationship with IW Consulting that violated the terms of this statute. And because of that relationship, he had an obligation under the conflict of interest clause to disclose his association and financial interest in IW Consulting. He also, Judge, under the restriction in term, the restriction or provisions in the contract about caps of salary or wages, he had a duty to disclose his contract with IW Consulting in terms of what he would be making. He had a duty, again, to disclose Mr. Damasi's prior criminal background. So what I would submit to this court is that his failure to make those disclosures breached the grant agreement the day it was signed. Mr. Coker also knew that the FSR was based upon 2 fraudulent invoices when he submitted it to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. I would argue to this court that his non-disclosure was an intent to defraud or cheat. And his repeated denials or omissions with respect to Daryl Harden of having any relationship with IW Consulting is additional evidence of his criminal intent. I would submit to this court that MDHHS, the state of Michigan, relied on the FSR and or the grant agreement and Mr. Coker's non-disclosures. And based upon that reliance, they dispersed to Complete Health Park $9,941,000, 9941089.16. I would argue to this court that the amount lost, excuse me. So for those reasons, Judge, I would argue to this court that then the $9 million disbursement to Complete Health Park, which was then transferred to IW Consulting, the over $820,000, Your Honor, that amount was lost due to the false pretenses, the two that I've argued to the court. Count 3 and 4, where Complete Health Park is the victim. I would argue to this court that Mr. Coker defrauded Complete Health Park in his capacity as a managing member of IW Consulting. I would submit to this court that the 2 invoices were in fact fraudulent because they were never approved by the board, meaning they never went to the board for a vote. They never got the board's approval through any means other than, admittedly, there was a contract, Judge. I don't dispute that. The issue though becomes this contract was entered into with IW Consulting and the board based upon, again, omissions or non-disclosure of information. Under the bylaws, which are also the amended bylaws, which were admitted, and the contracts that these board members signed, documents that Mr. Coker presented to Mr. Wixon and Mr. Powell, there's a conflict of interest provision in both of those exhibits. Those exhibits require Mr. Coker again to disclose his interests if he has a conflict of interest, if he has another company that that he is making money from. In this case, he was also required, I would submit to this court, to notify Complete Health Park before entering into the agreement, the contract, that he was unable. He was, under the terms of the grant agreement itself, Complete Health Park could not enter into an agreement with IW Consulting because Mr. Coker was wearing 2 different hats. Mr. Coker was still, he may have signed away a form, and I would submit to this court that that was his plan the whole time. He was going to say, oh, I have a document here. Look at this. I didn't do anything wrong. I signed away any interest in Complete Health Park. So you can't say I have any association or any affiliation to Complete Health Park. Well, just reason and common sense tell us that that just was not the case. And we know that through various witnesses. We know that through the board members, both of whom said he ran all the meetings. He controlled all the meetings. He controlled the agendas. And I would submit to this court that the people Mr. Coker selected, it was intentional who he selected, in the sense that he selected people who had no experience on a nonprofit board. He selected people who trusted him, who wouldn't question his decisions or contracts or documents that were being put in front of them, stacks of pages, minutes before a meeting was held. All of those actions by Mr. Coker were purposeful. And Mr. Coker was an agent, servant, employee, acting in a role with Complete Health Park. We know that also through the grant agreement, because he signs his name under Complete Health Park, under grantee Complete Health Park, David Coker, director. Mr. Coker had a duty under where Complete Health Park is a victim of disclosing to the board that under the terms of the grant agreement, he could not wear both hats. He could not engage in director or managerial roles with Complete Health Park and be project manager for IW Consulting. He also had a duty to disclose to the board members that he could not have a contract where he was making over he would make over $212,000 from the project. The board members didn't know that. They testified to that. He also had a duty to disclose his knowledge regarding Mr. DeMassi's criminal background, because again, Judge, that information in and of itself violated the grant agreement from its inception. So he's omitting, at the time he's entering in a contractual agreement with Complete Health Park. He's using that as a pretense while omitting material relevant facts, facts that they cannot legally, under the terms of that contract, enter into this because he's doing two different roles, Judge. So I would submit to this court that for that reason, that the court has, with the amendment, the false pretense being the contract between IW Consulting and Complete Health Park, that he used that to obtain the funds from the state of Michigan, which transferred to IW Consulting, from the state of Michigan to CHP to IW Consulting. I would also pose the same arguments, Your Honor, acknowledging there was a contract. But I would submit to this court that that contract in and of itself was fraudulent from its inception. It was a false pretense. But I would also argue to this court that the board members themselves approved the 7%. Yes, they did. They also had conversations about a feasibility study. Yes, they did. They also didn't know, because there was testimony from them, that Mr. Coker, under the terms of the grant agreement, could not be reimbursed for work prior to December 1st of 2022. There was that testimony. So at the time, the invoice, again, which they did not approve, but at the time Mr. Coker submitted that invoice, even if he wants to argue, well, the board gave me authority to do certain things. That invoice was fraudulent because the board didn't know that under the terms of the grant agreement, he wasn't entitled to it. For the same reason, Your Honor, I would, I don't want to keep repeating the same thing, but that's my argument with respect to the second invoice, the one for $638,000. Same arguments, Your Honor, that yes, there was a 7% provision. The board, however, was unaware that this was not allowable under the grant agreement due to the conflict of interest and the salary, I'm just going to say salary cap. So I would submit to this court that based upon that testimony, that evidence, there is evidence of Mr. Coker's intent to defraud Complete Health Park. There was lack of transparency on his part, which further supports the intent to defraud. With respect to counts 5 and 6, the embezzlement by an agent more than $100,000. I have to prove that Mr. Coker, by a probable cause standard, was an agent, servant, or employee of Complete Health Park. Judge, I'm making that argument for the same reasons I've already stated. It's in the documents. He's signing as the director of CHP. He's controlling the meetings, making the agendas, making the decisions on who to employ. He is doing all of that for Complete Health Park. The treasurer, never even had access to the bank accounts. The only person who did was Mr. Coker. So what I need to prove with respect to the embezzlement charges is that as an agent, servant, or employee of Complete Health Park, he converted to his own use without the consent of the principal, money belonging to the principal having a value of $100,000 or more that came into his possession or under his charge or control by virtue of his relationship with the principal. Mr. Coker's role as director of Complete Health Park made him an agent or employee and placed him in a position of trust with respect to the grant funds, Judge. He converted money belonging to Complete Health Park to his own use and enriched himself at Complete Health Park's expense. The board was not fully knowledgeable as to Mr. Coker's violation of the grant agreement in various respects and his misuse or conversion of funds for personal gain. He was the MDHHS contact person for the project and who MDHS through Daryl Harden viewed as a representative of CHP. Daryl Harden said, the only person I spoke to was Mr. Coker. on behalf of Complete Health Park. Mr. Coker again signed the grant agreement demonstrating his authority to act for the organization. There is no evidence on this record, with a more likely than not burden, that any members of the board were involved in the decision to approve those two invoices. What I would submit to this court is that he had control over CHP's Complete Health Park's operations. He approved those invoices himself, and he converted without their consent. Both of those invoices exceed $100,000 and fall within the definition of money that came into his possession due to his relationship. The grant funds being deposited into the Complete Health Park account before being transferred to IW Consulting satisfy the requirement of money belonging to the principal at the time of the conversion. With respect to count 7, Judge. And if at some point in time I need to supplement the court with the case law, I will. What this is that he commingled safekeeping. He commingled monies as public monies is essentially what it boils down to, Judge. And what I would submit to this court is that Mr. Coker, that he was an agent or servant of a person holding public office in the state, knowingly and unlawfully appropriated to his own use or to the use of any other person, money or property received by him in his official capacity or employment. And I'm referring to specifically the $820,632 transferred from Complete Health Park to IW Consulting on January 9th of 2023. Judge, what the court does have to determine is whether this court finds that Mr. Coker acted, whether he was an agent or servant of someone holding public office or having a public official role, that being MDHHS. What I would submit to this court that there is a case the court can look at. It's called COUTU or COUTU, COUTU, that would describe the elements for this court or the test for this court. It's a 5-factor test to find that MDHHS was a public official. And the site, Judge, is 459 Mich 348 354, a 1999 case. I would submit to this court that MDHHS under that case was a public official, and that Mr. Coker was an agent of MDHHS because of his role with Complete Health Park. The key question in making that conclusion or coming to that conclusion is whether Mr. Coker had been given authority to represent the state of Michigan, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, or to act on MDHHS's behalf. The grant agreement by its nature creates a framework that applied an agency relationship between MDHHS and Complete Health Park. Section 1996, the grant agreement itself established a defined public purpose, the community health campus in Clare County. The funding, the $25 million, required specific management. The grant agreement outlined significant responsibilities for Complete Health Park, which Mr. Coker signed on behalf of Complete Health Park. He assumed the delegated role of MDHHS's agent by signing on Complete Health Park's behalf. The detailed requirements for reporting, progress, and financial management, as well as specific liabilities provision, show MDHS's intent and ability to control Complete Health Park's conduct. the agreement that identified Mr. Coker as a director further supports an appointed agent role within the scope of the project's implementation, Judge. I would submit in terms of the commingling of the monies. Again, you have the transaction of the 820,000, 632,000 transferred from Complete Health Park to IW Consulting on January 9th of 2023. For all of those reasons, Your Honor, I would submit each of those acts constitutes an incident of racketeering under count 1, and that we have established by a probable cause standard that Mr. Coker did in fact commit each and every crime he's charged with. Thank you.
Unusual theory of fraud that it's all predicated on things that weren't said. The theory is that Mr. Coker didn't answer a question that he wasn't asked about IW Consulting by MDHHS. The testimony from Mr. Harden, I think significantly, was that he had the ability. They asked sometimes, he didn't ask here. When he did ask, he got a truthful answer, which I think undercuts the idea that this was a false pretense in order to obtain money. I think his testimony actually was he was a little bit surprised that he got the answer just as easily as he did, because it wasn't a false pretense. And I think big picture, there are different entities here, and the government's just trying to melt them into one and ignore the distinction. But there was Complete Health Park, a corporation with an independent board of directors. And I understand we have different views, me and the government, about the proofs that came in, but it was an independent board. They were 3 people who didn't know each other, didn't owe anything to each other. Certainly didn't owe anything to Mr. Coker. They were not paid. And they disagreed with Mr. Coker at times. Now, I hear, well, he ran the meetings and he put things in front of them to sign. That's true. He did. Give them things to sign, review this, but they didn't always agree significantly on his compensation. They objected to his proposed compensation and negotiated a lower rate. On the issue of the different entities, it's also important, there's talk about, well, there's a salary cap, there's this conflict of interest policy. That's great. That applies to Complete Health Park. By the terms of the grant agreement, Complete Health Park has obligations. Now, I don't think the conflict of interest, I don't read it the way the government does, because it says that Complete Health Park must abide by, and it references a statute that limits what public officers can do. It doesn't say Complete Health Park must abide by this statute as though it was a public officer. It presumably is, the way I read it, is intending to tell Complete Health Park that when dealing with public officers, it must abide by that statute. Then we have the separate entity of IW Consulting. There was never any attempt by Mr. Coker to hide his ownership of IW Consulting. The board knew about it. They knew that that was how Mr. Coker would be compensated for his efforts in managing the project. When asked for the contract, it was disclosed. The court now has in Exhibit 2 the organization documents for IW Consulting filed with the state that clearly list Mr. Coker as the managing member. There was no secret that it's Mr. Coker's entity. He was never asked the question by DHHS until later, and when asked, they answered truthfully. And so that's a separate entity that stands on its own, and the court has to look at the interaction between the two. But the false pretense that's charged in count 2, that he didn't disclose his role, the problem is it was never asked. And they're saying it's a pretense to not.
You said it was never asked?
It was correct. The government. I'm sorry?
They had, your position is that the government had to ask?
Yeah, for silence to be a pretense, it's got to be something that the government has asked, or there's a rule that requires disclosure, because it's not like he made an affirmative statement. Here they're saying the lack of a statement was the pretense or artifice that caused them to disperse the money. And silence, I don't think, without more can be a pretext. So that's, count two. Count three, we have the same issue with, they say, well, he knew or had reason to know IW Consulting hadn't done $182,200 worth of services to obtain the money that was invoiced. They put on no proofs that the work wasn't provided. There was testimony that that invoice was for the feasibility study, that a feasibility study was submitted and that the legislature authorized $250,000 for the feasibility study. And IW Consulting only billed $182,200 for it. And so there's no evidence that this invoice was submitted knowing that I guess the feasibility study was only worth something less than $182,000. And it would be the government's burden to show that. They haven't done it. For count four, it's kind of the same thing where they're saying there wasn't $638,432,000 worth of services provided. The testimony was that was the 7% under the contract between IW Consulting and Complete Health Park. Mr. Harden testified that it would be an appropriate fee. His only issue with it was he didn't know the relationship between IW Consulting and Mr. Coker. But the amount, he said, was not unreasonable for a contract of this type. And so to say that he hadn't provided enough value when the only testimony on the value was that it's a reasonable fee for a project like this, I don't think they've carried their burden by a probable cause standard. For the two embezzlement counts, we have, when the testimony, I think is clearer on count 6 than count 5. Count 6 is the 7%. I think the testimony was very clear from both of the directors that they authorized 7%, that this is 7%. And he was entitled, or IW Consulting was entitled to that money under the terms of their contract. And so I don't see how it can be embezzlement when the principal knew of the transfer and signed a contract saying we will make that payment. I guess the government's theory is the director said we don't remember seeing those invoices. I don't know that it matters if they remember seeing the invoices if they were authorized. And very clearly the $600,000 was authorized. I think the $182,200, the memories were much fuzzier. And there's not a separate written contract saying, here's what we're going to get paid. However, the IW Consulting contract that is in evidence at, I believe Exhibit 10 provides that additionally, IW Consulting will be paid at a rate of $200 an hour for other services, which is the rate that was billed for the feasibility study. The government's comment that the grant agreement says it won't pay for services prior to the effective date of the grant agreement is undercut by Mr. Harden's testimony that the legislature specifically authorized up to $250,000, and that necessarily that would have to be to compensate for services prior to the effective date because you had to do the feasibility study in order to get the contract. And so the idea that that's somehow embezzlement, I think is still misplaced. And then on count 7, I don't see the proofs here that Mr. Coker acted as a public officer. When you read the statute, it talks about a public officer doing these things. I think it's targeted at someone employed in a public role who comes into possession of monies. To the extent that there were public monies here, they came into possession of Complete Health Park, then they were paid over, and they became IW Consulting's money when they were paid over. And so Mr. Coker did not come into possession or commingle public monies, and so I don't think the court should bind over in that. Of course, count 1, rises and falls on other counts like that. So
I'm just a couple of things with respect to omissions. I want to cite to this court a couple of cases. People versus Regal, 223 Mishap, 34 at page 41, 1997 case. The purpose of the false pretenses statute is to protect the unwary and negligent from the deceit of those who would take advantage of another's negligence or incompetence. I want to also on People versus Regal also, and at page 39, a false pretense does not have to be expressed in words. but may be accomplished by an act. Under People versus Etzler, 292, Mish, 489 at 491.92. I'm sorry, Judge, I just realized I'm going so quickly.
You're fine, because I'm not ruling today anyway, so I'm just gonna pull it up later to read the case law.
So a 1940 case, Judge, a false pretense can be the failure to speak when it is necessary to do so. And then, Judge, again, in terms of going back to Regal, page 39 also, and Regal is RIEGLE, Judge. Defendant's knowledge of the falsity of the misrepresentation and intent to deceive can be inferred from the totality of the evidence. And the last case is People versus Scheida, SCHIEDA, 99 Mish at 420, at page 423, a 1980 case. Reliance is not frustrated even if the victim could have been aware of the false nature of the representation through an exercise of due diligence. So what I'm submitting to this court is, although I may use the word clear, I'll stick to my burden of proof by a probable cause standard. Mr. Coker, through the evidence and the exhibits that were admitted, the court can see when he established complete health part was prior to July of 2022. Yet Mr. Coker tells Mr. Ellis and Mr. Carlton that he didn't know anything about this project until after it was signed into law. Mr. Coker, from the inception, this has been about deceiving so he can acquire, so he can make a lot of money. He deceived the state. He deceived Mr. Hardin. Mr. Hardin told this court, Mr. Coker represented to him that he was not making money or making anything from this project. He represented that to Daryl Hardin from MDHHS. He represented that or held himself out to be complete health part. He purposely chose members of the board who didn't have experience, who trusted him, who trusted he would lead this project in the right direction and make decisions that were for the benefit of complete health part. He chose them for a purpose so he could move forward his own personal agenda to get paid by IW Consulting, knowing that it was in violation of the grant agreement and he'd be making a substantial amount of money that was not allowed under that grant agreement. He kept two different agencies, two different entities in the dark to further his own interests, Judge. So I do disagree with Mr. Blanchard as to what the evidence and the witnesses established for purposes of this hearing. Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, obviously I have 3 binders worth of evidence here that I do need a little bit more time to review. And then some case law that I need to review. I'm going to set this for a date for my ruling. You can appear via Zoom.
Thank you, Judge.
Picking a date today or?
We're gonna pick it right now. Just be like this. 15, 20 minutes, not really, it's not a long time. Before, after that. After.
I will. Thank you.
Just we have one exhibit thing to take up at some point with you. Just want to flag.
I'm sorry?
We have an exhibit thing to take up with you. At some
Okay.
point.
Okay. 23rd. Is April 23rd work? Okay.
Judge, I start a jury trial on the 20th and it's supposed to last all week in the 3rd Circuit.
Oh. May 1st. Does May 1st work?
I have two different courts that expect me to try misdemeanor cases that day.
On a Friday?
I think they do that to prevent trials, but
Got it, no worries.
May 7th.
May 7th.
what time are we thinking?
10.
Does 10 work?
Yeah, that'd be great.
May 7th at 10?
That works. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, we'll continue to May 7th at 10.
Thank you.
And then you said there was a issue with the exhibit,
There are just some exhibits that are in your book that were not received.
that,
We're not admitted.
Yeah.
Mr. Blanchard brought that to my attention. He's absolutely right. There's 3 or 4 exhibits.
I think probably 6, 7, 8, and 9 didn't come in.
6, 7, 8, and 9. Do you want to remove them?
Sure, Judge. I can approach.
Absolutely.
And is it?
Yeah. 6 through 9.
Seven?
Thank you.
Waiting on notices.
We printed them now.
It's for me and the- Yep.
I'll be the picture, sorry.
The notice says to appear in person, but we're good on Zoom.
I was trying to tell him.
Yeah,
don't change
via
that
Zoom.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't need to appear in person.
I don't-
The other one should say appear via Zoom or in person.